Good morning, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, all other members of National Assembly. Father God, we thank you for the great work you're doing in the lives of our ministers. Thank you for strength you will continue to grant to them, Lord God. Amen. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industries, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. I would like to start today's meeting with a very brief announcement, acknowledging that we have members in the public gallery, which has been a scene that we have not quite seen for a couple years. I take the opportunity, therefore, to remind us of the standing order for members in the gallery. And that we ask that the members of the gallery appreciate that the Speaker may, whenever seems fit, order the withdrawal if indeed there is the withdrawal of strangers from any part of the chamber and its precincts, and may order the doors of the chamber to be closed. I am certain we will not get there today, and I welcome all visitors to the sitting of today's proceeding. I also take the opportunity to acknowledge the Special Envoy, Honorable Rosanna Briceño, and Ambassador David Chen from the Embassy of Republic of China, Taiwan, to today's proceedings. I also remind members of the key standing orders as it relates to content of speeches, interruptions, anticipation, as well as remaining silent when other members are on their feet making their remarks. And with that, Clerk, we may proceed.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 107/1/13, the Lotteries Control Amendment Regulations 2022. Madam Speaker, if you kindly allow me that to give a short explanation as to what is it that we're doing here. Madam Speaker, the principal lotteries control regulations were amended by virtue of these amended regulations to provide for a 12.5% lottery tax, which shall apply to the monthly gross income in connection with the government lotteries. It also increased the license fee for the government lottery from $2 million to $2.5 million. The government lotteries include the following: the Bolido, jackpot, and the ordinary lottery, the lottery in which the winning number comprises of the last 2 digits of the jackpot lottery. The Lotteries Control Act explicitly states that the lotteries tax is to be paid by every person to whom a license is granted to promote, hold, or conduct a lottery. The lottery tax shall be in addition to the income tax or business tax payable by a licensee under the Income and Business Tax Act. It is payable at a rate prescribed by the minister responsible for lotteries under the Lotteries Control Regulations. The Lotteries Control Act is the primary legislation, as the primary legislation does not anywhere provide for the exemption of any lottery from any taxes any lottery from the lotteries tax. Recall, Madam Speaker, that on the 17th of September 2011, the Dean Borough Administration signed Statutory Instrument 88 of 2011. In this SI, government lotteries was the only of all lotteries exempted from taxes. All other lotteries were subject to the lotteries tax and remain so subject today. It is curious, to put it mildly, that such purported exemption from lottery tax was introduced at a time when the Bolido and the other government lotteries were being privatized, so that only one party, the concessionaire, would benefit from such exemption. Much speculation has been made about whether the concessionaire is wholly or partially owned by the son of the former Prime Minister and brother of the current leader of the opposition, one famous Anwar Barrow, and whether therefore he has personally benefited from not only the grant of the exclusive license, but also the grant of the lottery tax exemption. That aside, Madam Speaker, fast forward to date, and after a decade of more of a privatized lottery tax exemption government lottery, this PUP administration inherited a government in dire financial straits, with unsustainable debt and government expenditures far exceeding government revenues. As a responsible government, we are forced to slash government expenditures, including salaries of public officers and teachers, by 10%. With the need to improve the state of government's finances, and as recommended by no less than the IMF itself, the government has embarked on initiatives to increase government revenues as well. In this regard, the Ministry of Finance has been assessing the lotteries tax exemption for government lotteries and has determined that it needs to be taxed as any other lottery game. Based on a combination of figures provided and further investigations, it is estimated that a lottery tax on government lotteries charged at the rate of 12.5% on gross monthly income, the same rate charged on other lotteries, would yield almost $5 million yearly. It is unfortunate that this lottery tax was not being collected before under the past UDP administration. If it has been over the period of the consecutive exclusive licenses procured by the concessionaire, it would likely have yielded over $60 million in much needed tax revenues for the government. $60 million. Apart from the profit that they make, and they're making a killing, they got an extra $60 million based on what they report to government. Because it is estimated that the last financials I saw, they're saying that they only make $29 million in sales. But in their in drug district alone, they're selling over $10 million. Obviously, the numbers are not, they're not a match up. They're not matching up. So if we get the real numbers, probably it'd be probably as much as $100 million that members of the former Prime Minister have enriched themselves at the expense of the Belizean people, when we had to cut salaries of our teachers and the BDF and the police and government workers, and they come here to pontificate about what they have been doing. They should be ashamed, Madam Speaker. And I hope that the members of the other side, that their conscience would hit them, if they do have one, and support this, what this government is doing today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 108/1/13, Civil Works Contract Agreements for the Caracol Upgrading Projects, Lot 2A, 2B, and 2C. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to The Caracol Road Upgrading Project, located in the western Belize, comprises two phases with approximately equal lengths of 42 kilometers. The government of Belize secured loans from the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development for Phase 2 and the OPEC Fund for International Development for Phases 1 and 2 of the Caracol Road Upgrading Project. In this case, Madam Speaker, we are only speaking of Phase 2. The COVID pandemic affected Belize in similar ways as other countries. Many of its citizens lost their lives to the virus. Many more lost their jobs. The charisma and charm of friendly Belizeans was dampened by resulting lockdowns, curfews, protective measures, and social restrictions. After 1 year of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, reality hit and there appeared to be no end in sight. Belize's economic situation worsened, and a newly elected government faced the daunting task of making difficult decisions and taking strict measures to aggressively stimulate economic growth and reverse economic setbacks. In a financially responsible fashion, Madam Speaker, the government of Belize humbly requested and was graciously granted the no objection from the Kuwait Fund to defer the signing of construction contracts for Phase 2 for 1 year, until April 22. Based on our negotiations, Madam Speaker, we confirmed with the Kuwaiti Fund that the price that was established 1 year before would be the same price that will be used this year, so we maintain that. Through the hard work, sacrifice, and commitment of its citizens, Belize had seen significant reversal of its economic situation and has made good on its commitment by including the commencement of Phase 2 in its annual budget exercise that just passed. Letters of award for the 3 construction contracts were delivered and accepted by the successful bidder, Cisco Construction Limited, on the 14th March 2022. Contracts were signed on the 11th of April 2022, and works are expected to commence with mobilization to site in June of this year, pending the submittal of prerequisite bond and insurances. Phase 2, Madam Speaker, a brief description. The Caracol Road Upgrading Project Phase 2 is approximately 42 kilometers long and divided into 3 lots. 2A, 2B, and 2C. The largest, at 24 kilometers in length, Lot A is from the Pinol line to the Guamacayo Bridge. The project duration is 30 months at a contract price of US $15.6 million. Lot 2B involves the construction of a 135.5 multiple span reinforced concrete bridge with precast, pre-stressed elements over the Macal River. The project duration for this phase is 24 months at a contract price of US $4.4 million. And finally, Lot 2C, Madam Speaker, extends from the Guamacayo Bridge for the 18 kilometers to the Caracol Agricultural Site in the Chiquibul National Park. The project duration is 30 months at a contract price of US $8.3 million. Works for all 3 lots under Phase 2 are expected to commence April. With features identical to Phase 1, the project includes the construction of earthen embankments, crushed gravel pavements, a dual carriageway with shoulders that have a double bituminous chip seal wearing course. The road drainage scheme is also upgraded through the replacement of undersized culverts and the upgrading in some cases to reinforce concrete box structures or bridge structures. The road segment will be completed with modern auxiliary road safety features, including high visibility road signs, edge markers, lane markings, and safety rails. Madam Speaker, the last note I would like to express is, and we have done it before, since we came in, Madam Speaker, we had to renegotiate not only the time span in which we could sign the contract due to economic strains, but we also managed to redesign and save the Belizean people approximately $25 million, Madam Speaker. And that's and that's something I believe the government of Belize, we are proud of that, Madam Speaker, and that 25 million could be put to good use in other ways. We are trying to be as efficient as we can at the ministry, Madam Speaker, and we continue to work hard and be of service to the people of Belize. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on on Saturday, 7th May 2022, His Excellency President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the President of the United Mexican States, Mexico, paid an official visit to Belize along with his delegation. On behalf of the government and people of Belize, I had the honor to welcome President López Obrador and his wife Beatriz to Belize. This was the President's first visit to Belize. When I met President López Obrador in Mexico last September, I had invited him to come and visit Belize at a convenient time. And it was certainly for us a pleasure to welcome him to our beautiful country. It's almost like it was love at first sight, because one of the things that he was amazed is that he was saying, I said in Spanish, he said, Belize tiene el mar más lindo del mundo. So that the seas, is the Belize, the sea that we have is the most beautiful sea in the world. He said he enjoyed the clear, crystal blue waters. And I remember when we got to the office, I took him up on the 3rd floor and have him, if he wants to stretch, to go to the veranda. As his foreign minister was talking to him, he was just engulfed by the beauty of the sea, that he was not even listening to what he was saying. Madam Speaker, Belize and Mexico have had a long and very cordial relations. Every Mexican ambassador would tell you that it's a pleasure to be able to be in Belize, to work in Belize, because they don't have a fraction of the problems that they would have in other areas, especially with border countries like in Guatemala and the United States. He said they do not see those problems in Belize. So for them, they really, really enjoy spending their time in Belize. And Marta right now, our ambassador, is no different. And it's important to note that Mexico strongly supported Belize's struggle for independence and was instrumental in garnering support for our cause. I think Mexico was among the first Latin American countries to support Belize's quest for independence with its territorial integrity. Actually, the president pointed out to me, reminded me, he says that they quickly gave up. He said that they could have claimed a portion of the northern part of Belize. Now that's another debate. But they said as a country, they immediately wrote and said, we are relinquishing any ties or what they that they have for claiming, or any claims that they may have on certain portions of northern Belize. In fact, Mexico established diplomatic relations with independent Belize on Independence Day. This is a testimony to the close relations which exist between our two countries. President López Obrador was the 6th Mexican president to visit our shores. The first president was Miguel de la Madrid Hurtado in 1988. For the record, every Belizean prime minister has made a working visit to Mexico during their time in office. I've had the privilege to meet with him on 3 occasions, 2 in Mexico and now this time here in Belize. Our cooperation covers a wide range of matters. Many Belizeans have been beneficiaries of Mexican scholarships. We have arrangements in place designed to combat drug trafficking, which continues to serve our mutual interest as we seek to arrest the scourge of narco-trafficking. We have agreements that enable cultural exchanges, cooperation in the preservation and maintenance of archaeological zones, the protection and restitution of archaeological, artistic, and historical monuments, and on tourism cooperation. Just yesterday, Madam Speaker, we had the privilege of welcoming and enjoying the music of the music band of the Secretariat of the National Defense of Mexico. They are stationed in Merida. And it is a pity that we couldn't have got more Belizeans to go to the Civic in Belize, and they played a wide range of music, even the national anthem. The quality it gives you goosebumps. Which is so beautiful. Their rendition, and they even play the Queen of the Bay, My Homeland by the Sea. I think it's former Governor General, I think was that wrote that song, My Homeland by the Sea. And then, of course, the other music, that Mexican music. And then their last song, Madam Speaker, they have El Canto a Belize. It's an original song. They were singing and rapping to that song, and it's so beautiful, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Mexican ambassador for arranging this. I do believe, though, that next year, hopefully, when they come, we have to make better arrangements to have even more Belizeans to be able to go there and to appreciate and enjoy the music of their orchestras. Madam Speaker, additionally, Belize and Mexico are parties to agreements for the protection and improvement of the environment and conservation of natural resources in the border zone, for scientific and technical cooperation, and an agreement on exchange of information on tax matters. Madam Speaker, in addition to implementing these agreements, Belize and Mexico regularly cooperate in international organizations such as OAS, CELAC, and the United Nations. We are both committed to fundamental norms of international relations, the right to self-determination, non-interference in internal affairs of sovereign states, the pacific settlement of disputes, respect for the UN Charter, democracy and the rule of law, and to a world order grounded on multilateralism. In my meetings with President Lopez Obrador and Foreign Minister Ibrat, we renewed our commitment to these principles. We also agreed that the 9th Summit of the Americas, scheduled to be held next month in Los Angeles, should be inclusive. Belize calls for a summit that is of the Americas and not a summit of selected countries in the Americas. But, Madam Speaker, the recent visit by President Lopez Obrador was historic by any measure. It was a watershed moment in the mutually beneficial relations between our two countries. Several initiatives were announced by the President, which are likely to be game changers for Belize. We were very pleased to learn of the decision by the government of Mexico to waive all duties and tariffs payable on Belizean agricultural items or products such as shrimp, cattle, meat, and other basic food exports from Belize to Mexico. I can remember very clearly between 1998 and 2008, we worked very hard to be able to get our rice, Belizean rice, to be exported onto Mexico. And it included rice from the Toledo district, Brother Oscar and Brother Mike. We're trying to get them. Where is Brother Oscar? Oh, he's right there. Sorry, the honorable member from Toledo West. Sorry, Madam Speaker. We have here back here like sardine, man. We win too much. Maybe next time we win the next side, so we could put some over the other side.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm digressing. but the point is that government after government they have been trying to see how we can get our products into Mexico. The work that our government has been doing, Madam Speaker, in just a year and 4 months, we have done what the UDP government in 13 years could not accomplish. Imagine, as what we're saying, from farm to table, that you could farm shrimp here in Belize, and by this evening, it could be served in a plate of people eating in Cancun. That is Plan Belize in action. And we have the issue with rice and beans and sorghum and all these other products that can be grown in Belize and can be exported competitively in Mexico. The President stressed that by suspending duties and tariffs, Mexico will implement a free trade for designated Belizean products. Belize warmly welcomes this bold initiative, which has the potential to dramatically transform Belizean agriculture and related industries, create thousands of jobs in the medium to long term, and increase our foreign exchange earnings. During the visit, Foreign Minister Courtney signed a memorandum of understanding with his counterpart, and that introduced the Sembrando Vida program to Belize. I think our Minister of Agriculture will be able to explain some more. But just to quickly to explain, is in our bilateral meetings, the Mexican government made it clear that Sembrando Vida, this project, will benefit 2,000 small farmers in Belize. This initiative will be transformative and assist us with our fight against rural poverty in Belize. One of President Lopez Obrador's flagship projects is the Tren Maya. This project is a 1,500-kilometer train track, beginning in Palenque through Mérida, Campeche, Cancun, Tulum, Bacalar, and ends in Chetumal. It is designated to facilitate trade and tourism in southern Mexico. And last year, when I met with the President in Morelos, I expressed to the President our desire to have Tren Maya come to Belize. On Saturday last week, the President confirmed that Mexico is desirous of extending Tren Maya to Belize. Now, Madam Speaker, in anticipation of this decision, I can inform this Honorable House that the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, is undertaking a study to see how Tren Maya can be extended into Belize. Now, I don't want people to get excited and say, oh, Jambesene want to run just one train tracks into Belize. We have to study to ensure that the economics works, that it can be feasible. But if we can get Tren Maya coming into Belize, Madam Speaker, you could imagine the thousands of tourists that can easily come from the Cancun area into Belize and trade. The transportation of our products to and from Mexico will also can be able to be done more effectively, more efficiently, and at a much lower cost. We believe, Madam Speaker, that this initiative has a real potential to drastically change transportation from northern Belize with tremendous benefits to tourism and industry. The President also offered that he can use his team to help us and to work along with the people that are going to do the study in trying to find ways if and how Tren Maya can come all the way into the country. Madam Speaker, we've also worked in laying down the foundation for deeper cooperation in security matters. Minister Florencio Marin has already embarked on these discussions with his counterpart. Similarly, we had good discussions on education. These initiatives and commitments announced by President Lopez Obrador comes at a very critical point in Belize's post-COVID-19 socio-economic recovery. As you know, Belize has been dealing with structural development changes even prior to a COVID-19 pandemic. These generous commitments will now pave the way for an expedited trade and investment facilitation between our two countries. It gives effect to these decisions. To give effect to these decisions, I have instructed the relevant ministers to move with urgency to form teams of experts to pursue negotiations with their Mexican counterparts. We expect that the National Trade Negotiating Commission will play an integral role in conducting the necessary agreements on trade. I have proposed that meetings between CEOs and their Mexican counterparts be held in order to agree on a mechanism for transforming this offer into reality as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, relations between Belize and Mexico has never been better. Through tireless work by my government, we have brought Belize to a point where a dream is closer to reality. For this government, the work of implementing Plan Belize continues. Madam Speaker, we will not rest. We will not tire. We will, with the support of the Belizean people, build a Belize that works for everyone, where todos ganamos. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the announcement made by Mexican President López Obrador on Project Sembrando Vida and Belize's access to Mexican market free of tariffs for agriculture products. Madam Speaker, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador's announcement of support for Belize is a historic, unprecedented, phenomenal breakthrough with Mexico. Never in the history of both countries has this ever occurred. Let me first begin with Sembrando Vida project. On the 7th of May, 2022, President Lopez Obrador was in Belize for a little over 4 hours to meet with Prime Minister John Briceño and a team of cabinet ministers for the second time since 2021. Both countries' foreign ministers, Marcelo Ebrard and Honorable Eamon Courtney, signed an agreement to implement the Sowing Lives project in Belize, Sembrando Vida. This project is now being implemented in Honduras, El Salvador, shortly in Guatemala, and then Belize. The project aims to increase farmers' production levels, to incentivize the consumption of locally produced foods, to incentivize income generation through marketing of locally produced commodities, diversify the agriculture base, broaden knowledge in organic production, improve technology in agriculture production, and to overall contribute to food security and job creation, in addition to conserving our natural resources and mitigating vulnerabilities to climate change. Madam Speaker, this project will provide technology, inputs, and financing to some 2,000 farmers to establish agro-silvopastoral systems across Belize. While the details are still being worked out, and while our agriculture technicians are working together with Mexican counterparts, it is our calculation that the total sum of this project could be as much as $10 million Belize, all for small farmers, and to be managed and administered by the Ministry of Agriculture with Mexican counterparts. This project has 3 components: financial support for 2,000 farmers, up to $250 US per month for 4 months, or maximum of 8 months. Supplying of agro inputs to farmers, and technical support. We hope to start the implementation as early as July of this year. Madam Speaker, on the second important announcement, a shocking declaration by President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The unprecedented announcement of tariff suspension for all agriculture food products being exported from Belize into Mexico. It is truly historic and can lead to immense economic outturn never before seen in our country, Madam Speaker. This is the golden opportunity provided to us as a nation and as a people. President Lopez Obrador stated, "We have just made an agreement with the Prime Minister that Mexico will remove tariffs on products that Belize may export to our country. In other words, Belize will now export to Mexico food products, agriculture products, beef, and other basic food products without paying duties. Mexico is removing the tariffs which range from 15%, for example, in cattle, vegetables, corn, 20%, milk and milk products, meat, fruits, and fish products, and other like eggs that have tariffs of 45%. Madam Speaker, even pig fat that has a tariff of 254% is now being suspended. For the tariff suspension to take effect, the Ministry of Finance and Economy of Mexico must sign a decree which is passed on to the Commission of International Trade for subsequent publication in the official newspaper of the Federation. This process takes about 8 working days. according to a statement made by the Minister of Economy, Tatiana Cloutier. But what does it mean for Belize? 0% tariffs. Sounds so superficial, and to many who do not know and understand, they may think it is simply tariffs. Madam Speaker, the tariff suspension can and should be the greatest game changer. Mexico's population is around 123 to 128 million people. Quintana Roo alone has a population of 2 million, and in the first 6 months, tourist arrivals should have been 6 million people. That's in 2022. There are 150,000 hotel rooms in the Riviera Maya. For comparison's sake, Madam Speaker, the entire CARICOM population is about 18 million people in 2022, of which Haiti accounts for 11.7. Madam Speaker, just a few commodities and numbers for us to understand how big, how huge this market is and how much it can benefit Belize. Mexico imported in 2020 corn, $2.9 billion. Soybeans, $2.18 billion. Soybean oil, $104 million. I'm talking US dollars. Rice, $388.5 million. Sheep and goat meat, $17.2 million. Bovine meat, $687.9 million. Pig meat, $1.1 billion. Poultry, Madam Speaker, poultry meat, $926 million US dollars. And eggs, $180.9 million US, Madam Speaker. Those are some of the figures, Madam Speaker. So whatever Belize can produce and market to Mexico is not even a drop in the bucket, but merely a sprinkle. Having access to this huge market for Belizean agriculture and food products will generate major benefits for Belize, some of which are, based on recent export of cattle to Mexico and Guatemala, the value of all agriculture, food, and feed imports to Mexico could rise by 100 million to 225 million per annum over the next 4 years. We have the basic resources to quadruple production of the main food commodities. In the short term, though, grain producers would be in the best position to respond immediately with increased productivity for the Mexican market. On average, every $100 million of additional output would create 5,000 jobs, each earning about $12,000 per year. That would lift 5,000 families out of poverty. In the course of time, with increased investments, labor productivity would rise with improved technologies and equipment, as well as labor's compensation or its share of consumer price. The additional volume of production creates demand for business services, for transport, for commerce, financial services, etc., which would be as high as 40% of the value of our total production. Currently, we import approximately $225 million from Mexico every year. That is only what is officially reported, not taking into account the many people that travel across the border to spend our Belizean money. Mexican pesos Madam Speaker, if we import $225 million from Mexico every year, Mexican pesos would work well for us. Hence, it is strategic priority to set a medium-term target of trade parity with Mexico at $225 million per annum. Madam Speaker, our Prime Minister accurately described Mexico as Belize's big brother who stands ready to support the jewel. Our government's commitment is to deepen the relationship at all levels with Mexico to increase opportunities and better the lives of Belizeans and our Mexican brothers. That is why, Madam Speaker, President AMLO's visit represents a historic breakthrough for Belize. So, Madam Speaker, this is what can happen in the short and medium term. Increase foreign direct investment in the agro-productive sector. Already, interests are rising for the construction of a USDA-certified slaughtering facility for export of beef carcass and pigs. And this is happening in Belize with co-investors. Imagine that what was 235% tariff on carcass is now 0%. This alone is sensational. It means that investments will be made in grain production to satisfy the increasing population of livestock such as beef, pigs, poultry, and sheep. It also means, Madam Speaker, that agriculture production will see a boom like it's never seen before. This is history in its making. Massive increase in production of corn, sorghum, black beans, soybean, rice, poultry, cattle, pigs, sheep, shrimp. All of these attracted 15 to 20% tariff. Black beans was at 125% tariff. This is all now in the past. Shrimp was at 20% tariff. A perfect timing for shrimp, Madam Speaker, as we emerge out of the dreaded early mortality syndrome disease, which caused our shrimp industry to fall from 90 million to 0. Shrimp alone in the midterm can generate close to $50 to $60 million by exporting to Mexico. This was what was exported before, when we had a 20% tariff. Imagine now that we'll pay 0% tariff. It also means, Madam Speaker, that employment will increase in the rural areas. Land preparation, planting, cultivation, harvesting, post-harvest operations, storage, transportation, shipping, the entire chain, Madam Speaker, will generate thousands of jobs. This, Madam Speaker, is really sensational. And so, Madam Speaker, income to farmers and their families and employees will pour. It will pour, Madam Speaker. Foreign exchange will multiply, improving our economy, improving the lives. And of course, this alone will suck up all the excess liquidity that is stashed in the banks. And so even the bankers are pleased. We are expecting lower interest rates and not the killer rates given by the commercial banks. So, Madam Speaker, it is time to be joyous. It is time to be happy and to prepare to rise to the challenge, because it is a challenge, but one that we can certainly meet. I will repeat, Madam Speaker, what I've said in the past. With Mexico as our main trading partner, we don't need anybody else. 123 million to 133 million people, a huge market. I end by saying that all this did not happen overnight. or so. This, Madam Speaker, could have never been achieved without the blessing and guidance of our Almighty God, to whom all praises are due. We thank our Foreign Trade Minister, Eamon Courtney, and his team, who lobbied and worked tirelessly to achieve this breakthrough. We thank our PM, Prime Minister John Briceño, for his vision, his perseverance, and his determination. And of course, and for supporting our farmers. And of course, I am grateful to our agriculture team, our great team, for putting in tremendous effort in this achievement. We have reason to be a proud government. And we are so grateful to President Andrés Manuel López Obrador and the people of Mexico for being so generous to us. Let us be reminded, or let us not forget, Madam Speaker, that we continue to build on Plan Belize. God bless Belize, God bless our farmers and our agro-productive sector.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to our nurses who are being celebrated globally this week under the theme, Nurses, a Voice to Lead. Invest in nursing and respect rights to secure global health. This year's theme highlights the importance of protecting, supporting, and investing in our nurses and in the honorable vocation they have chosen. To do so, we will inevitably strengthen health systems in Belize and likewise around the world. The theme also points out what we already recognize. There is critical need to invest in our nurses and in nursing. We must provide them with every available resource, including training, and we must ensure that they are treated fairly and well, that their working conditions are conducive to wellness, that they are compensated properly, and that their rights are always protected. By building a qualified, competent, content nursing workforce, we transform our entire health system now and well into the future. Nurses are scientific professionals, but they are so much more. They are frontline. They are the front line of our medical care. They are the guardians of those who are ill. They are the most important of service providers and are the literal life support systems for those who enter our medical facilities. From birth to death, through non-communicable and infectious disease, mental health, chronic conditions in hospital, communities, and home care settings, nurses provide a level of care and compassion we can get nowhere else. Madam Speaker, the formidable front line of nurses enabled, strengthened, and sustained our health systems as we faced the COVID-19 pandemic and continued providing patient care in all the healthcare settings. Nurses are superhuman, able to adapt to changing environments and circumstances at a moment's notice, while still meeting the changing health demands and rising expectations of individuals and communities. Daily, nurses' expertise, knowledge, competency, confidence, and hard work are demonstrated as they overcome incredible challenges to care for their patients in their respective settings across Belize. For this and many other reasons and circumstances, today we highlight the importance of our nurses, cognizant of the professional challenges they face daily, which include and are not limited to a shortage of human resources, the aging nursing workforce, an increasing workload, and limited medical resources. Madam Speaker, this government, we have committed to investing in the training of nurses in all different areas and specialties of the nursing profession. We will do more and do better to improve our health system, delivering quality, affordable, and efficient care, resulting in better health outcomes. Today and every day, the Ministry of Health and Wellness salutes our healthcare heroes. Nurses, be strong and courageous in doing what nobody else will do, in a way that nobody else can do, despite all you go through. Happy Nurses Week. I thank you.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, on this matter, which is just going for first reading, but basically we're consolidating all the companies' pieces of legislation into one and modernizing it some more. What I'll do when it comes to for debate for second reading, I will give more explanation on it. I thought I had something on it here right now. Yeah, yes, what I'll do on the on the next, when it comes to second reading, I'll give a more lengthy explanation as to what we do. Basically, we're just modernizing it and ensuring that that we can also be able to compete with countries across the world. So I lay that on the table, Madam Speaker, for first reading, and this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
That bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to defer the introduction of the Senior Courts Bill 2022 to a further date.
Honorable members, the question is that the introduction of the Senior Courts Bill 2022 be deferred to a further date. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Trade Licensing Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet. Madam Speaker, with your permission, if you allow me to just refer to the preamble of the bill. Madam Speaker, Chapter 66 of the Laws of Belize makes provisions for the requirement for anyone intending to carry out a trade or sale of goods or services in a municipality, town, city in Belize to apply for a license from the locally appointed Trade Licensing Board to conduct such trade. In 2014, the Ministry of Local Government, the Belize Mayors Association, and the Economic Development Council began working in partnership on trade licensing reform to determine sound recommendations for the application of a new trade license regime. What are the principles of the reform? To institute a trade licensing regime that is grounded on the following principles. 1, predictability. Assessment and fees determined are fixed for a 3-year period. 2, transparency. Elements of the methodology used to determine the fees are published. Applicants can make own calculations. 3, accountability. Eliminates discretionary procedures. 4, ease of administration. The application process can be conducted electronically and online. 5, revenue neutrality. Neutralize the impact of the new regime on the local authority and businesses. Madam Speaker, over the past 8 years, and most recently, several discussions on the establishment of a robust trade licensing regime reform have been had with various stakeholders. These include the Belize Mayors Association, town and city councils, the National Association of Village Councils, the District Association of Village Councils, including all the branches across the country, the Village Council Chairperson, and other executive members across the country, the Kikaka Village Council and Business Community, the Belize Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Council, the Justice of the Peace Association, officers of the Chief Magistrate, the Association of Professional Architects, the Association of Professional Engineers, the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, and the Belize National Association of Real Estate. Key elements of the bill, Madam Speaker. As a result of the extensive and exhaustive consultative process, and further to Cabinet's approval of the drafting instructions listed below are the key elements of the provisions in the Trade License Bill 2022. Tenure for trade licensing boards established for 3 years, and membership include stakeholder representation. B, duties determined in year 1 of an approved application of established for a 3-year period. A tribunal will be set up with stakeholder representation established for a 3-year period to consider appeals against refusal to grant a license or the fee assessed. D, classification of businesses in accordance with the type of productive activities using the United Nations classification scheme. E, zoning of municipalities aligned to other development status. F, limit accessible business premise to its productive footprint, space including of common areas, including parking lots, stairways, waiting halls, etc. G, Gazette publication of declared rates, zoning scheme, the average cost of square footage per zone per sector. H, the application of trade licensing for rural areas for businesses with productive footprint that is greater than 600 square feet. I, the exemption of agricultural lands from being assessed. J, capping increases or decreases to mitigate impacts by 10% for existing businesses. K, to allow for provisional approval of our license. L, expand category for outside premises for inclusion under the 6th schedule. Why is a trade license necessary? It is necessary to allow for the local authority to regulate the conduct of trade within the local space, to allow for the protection of the public health and safety, to allow for the local authority to provide the necessary municipal services, and finally, to legitimize the applicant's privilege to conduct such trade within the local space. Madam Speaker, the goal is really to create an enabling environment for economic growth and facilitating business development in Belize as outlined under Plan Belize. And finally, Madam Speaker, this reform is in keeping with the Ministry's strategic commitment to reform and strengthen the legal and regulatory framework for the local government sector, advance the government's Plan Belize manifesto commitment, and to advance Goal 11 of the SDGs through creating sustainable communities. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to make provisions for trade license, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
Members, allow me first to extend an apology, as I realize I did not recognize the ambassador, the UN coordinator, Her Excellency, Ambassador Birgit. It's a note to remind ourselves when one starts to name, one gets into trouble if one does not have the full list. My apologies. I'm also been informed, members, that we do have the family of the late Noor Param in the gallery. I have been requested, and with your indulgence, in accordance with 91(1) of standing orders, I am asking to vary the order of the motions, and with your permission, we would then proceed first with the motion to seek to move the Belize Advisory Council to advise Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy 2022. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
A very, very pleasant good morning to all. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion to seek to move the Belize Advisory Council to advise Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy 2022. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, I would like to ask your indulgence to give some brief preliminary remarks before I move the actual motion with your permission. My late mother, Madam Speaker, used to say, "Nothing happen before a time." And Madam Speaker and everyone, I wish to say this morning that this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Allow me to acknowledge everyone in the gallery. First and foremost, the family of Nora Parham. We also acknowledge Her Excellency, the Special Envoy, Mrs. Rosana Briceño, a champion in Belize today. We acknowledge the Taiwanese ambassador, and we acknowledge our senior United Nations partners, all our CEOs, everyone who has joined us today. But please allow me, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge two very special individuals. Mr. Robert Leslie, who is here with us today, and also Ms. Judith Alpuche, who has worked tirelessly along with us on this matter. Madam Speaker, 59 years ago, a grave injustice was done in the country of Belize. On the 5th of June, 1963, Nora Parham was executed, leaving 8, and I repeat, 8 children behind at the tender age of 36. Madam Speaker, we shake our heads in 2022, wondering how such a travesty could have occurred in our beloved country. Madam Speaker, let us pause, and I don't wish to go into all the facts today, Madam Speaker, but let us pause to say that that event needed to be corrected. As I said, Madam Speaker, nothing happened before a time, and this motion follows a motion earlier this year in which this National Assembly, this House of Representatives, unanimously passed a motion condemning domestic violence. We are not here today, dear friends, to debate the facts of what happened back in 1963. But we are here to shine a light, a spotlight on the issue of domestic violence and to correct in the way that we can the injustice and the stain on our history that that event caused. We can go and read the transcripts, we can go back to the personal histories of everyone, but we must be sure and certain that in doing that, we tell the real story, the real story of what occurred. I cannot say what evidence was presented at the time and the lack of defense of Nora Parham, but I can say that let us do today what was not done by the Governor Sir Peter Stallard back in 1963. Madam Speaker, let us signal today the positive change in, as I say, shining the spotlight on domestic violence, indicating to victims that we are here for them and that we will do all in our power to eradicate this scourge, each and every one of us putting our shoulders to the wheel. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to read the motion. Madam Speaker, I move, whereas the Belize Constitution empowers Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy, and whereas Section 52(1) of the Belize Constitution provides that the Governor General may grant a pardon, either free or subject to lawful conditions, to any person convicted of any offense. And whereas subsection 2 of the said section 52 further provides that the powers of the Governor General to grant a pardon under subsection 1 shall be exercised in accordance with the advice of the Belize Advisory Council. And whereas, while the Belize Constitution does not explicitly state that such power may be extended to posthumous pardons or exonerations, it may be interpreted that the Governor General has the power to issue a posthumous pardon within the jurisdiction of her governance. And whereas Nora Parham was executed by British authorities under British law in a British colony, which subsequently was granted independence as the state of Belize, and whereas Belize chose to retain the British judicial system in which the exercise of the prerogative of mercy can be extended to persons posthumously as a way of redeeming or righting an injustice that was done in another generation, and whereas it is the desire of the present government to correct the miscarriage of justice that resulted in the death by hanging of Nora Parham and bring closure to that stain on our history. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this honorable House that 1, Nora Parham be granted a posthumous pardon, and 2, that the sentence of death by hanging imposed on Nora Parham and executed on June 5th, 1963, be revoked. This motion, Madam Speaker, respectfully has the recommendation of Cabinet.
I recognize the member for the Albert Division.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of those of us on this side of the House, we wish to join our voices with the government in supporting this motion. We also wish to welcome to the House of Representatives the members of our diplomatic corps, the Special Envoy for Women and Children, the members of the CEO Caucus, but most importantly, 5 of Nora Parham's sons. She had 8, Harry and James, Jerry, Kent, Tony, my friend and mentor and colleague, Dean Gilbert and Earl. She is the only woman to have known to be executed in Belize. And she was then 36. We agree that it was a grave injustice, not only to Nora Parham, but to her children and her grandchildren. It is an atrocity, a travesty, a dark stain on Belize's history, and most certainly a miscarriage of justice. I think it's important, while I don't know the facts of the case and how she was defended or represented, that we tell her story. She was born in Punta Gorda in 1927, and she died at the hands of the state on June 5th, 1963. It has been recorded that Nora was a victim of domestic violence, and on repeated occasions, she reported these incidences to the police department. It has been established that on the evening of that said incident, Nora herself went to the police department to report it. She did what she thought was right, and she demonstrated a great deal of courage at a time when there were little or no laws protecting women against the abuse of their partners. I spoke with her son, Dean, a few days ago in preparing my presentation, and he shared how difficult it was for 8 brothers to have been separated because of this atrocity. 3 were adopted by an uncle and grew up in San Ignacio. 1 was kept by their caregiver and lived in Orange Walk, and the other 4 stayed with family members in PG. He was only 4 at the time, and so it was only when he grew up that he was told the story of the death of his mother. There is a great deal of pain and a great deal of confusion as to how this could happen in our society at the time. I asked Dean, what is the one thing you want this nation to remember about your mother? And he responded tearfully, her courage to stand up for herself and her children, and to always walk away from trouble when you can. I think it's a great lesson for all of us, particularly at a time when gender-based violence, 59 years later, still ravages our society. especially at a time when crime and violence seem to be at an all high. Walk away from trouble. And all those who are listening to today's proceedings, who can hear the sound of my voice, let us heed the desire of Nora's sons, and in particular to you, Dean, to walk away from trouble when we can. There is a better way. There is a better way to deal with some of the issues that we grapple with as a society. This cannot be a partisan issue. And unfortunately, at the time of Nora's demise, it became a partisan issue. You see, part of healing is for us to speak truth. And the truth is, in the Belize Times, and there is a report that it was noted that the sentence should be carried through so that we could have respect as citizens for our authority, for the authority of the courts, and for what is quote unquote right. There were many Belizeans who advocated on Nora's behalf. 2,461 signed a petition asking the governor at the time for clemency for Nora, and that was denied. 2,000 Belizeans, many of them who didn't know Nora Parham personally, showed up when she was buried at the Lord Ridge Cemetery. Over the years, there have been many who have advocated for a pardon, for exoneration. People like Cynthia Ellis, people like you, my colleague and friend, Dolores Balderramos, people like Derla Bowman, and who I understand is here with us today on this very historic occasion. People like Judith Alpuche and the Belize chapter of Sewell. We must stand up. And we must stand up together on issues that continue to erode the very soul of our nation. She pleaded not guilty. In her words, while she threw the kerosene pan at her husband, she did not light a match. She never had the benefit of being tried by a jury of her peers. There were 12 men who in 4 hours decided that death by hanging was the just conviction for such a case. I would like to personally apologize to the children and grandchildren of Nora Parham. I think our nation owes them an apology. I do so on behalf of our leader of the opposition, on behalf of our deputy leader for the United Democratic Party, on behalf of all of us in this House. May her story live on so that we are reminded that such injustices, such an atrocity, such a miscarriage of justice never, ever be allowed to happen in Belize again. Madam Speaker, please be assured that we lend our full support to this motion. And while those of us on this side believe there should be some sort of compensation provided to her family, Dean assured me that healing must come. And they have waited as a family for over 50 years for healing to come. And so we respect the wish of the family. Know that you continue to be in our collective consciousness, in our thoughts and prayers, as we use her story to teach the valuable lessons we must learn as a nation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member from Alberts for such a moving speech that captures everything that the opposition could say. I just wanted to rise to acknowledge the family of Nora Parham, Harry, James, Dean, Kent, Jerry, Gilbert, and Earl, Special Envoy, other members of the Diplomatic Corps. It was indeed a travesty that represented a despicable period of our history. But the alarming thing, the shocking thing, is that this is still happening. And I ask the member from Belize Rural Central and all of the people that have championed this very worthwhile cause to not forget the people that are going through this right now. There is a young lady by the name of Keja Burgess who was allegedly raped by her stepfather since she was a child, and recently went to the police station to file a report, and she was turned away because the accused person is affiliated with the press officer for the Ministry of Police, I believe, or the Commissioner's office. And so a lawyer had to take her in there to make that report. There is another young lady that works at a government office that accuses that she was raped as well. And after she filed a report, she was shot and almost killed. So I would ask that the same tenacity and the same determination that we have approached this very noble cause, we not forget the people that are still suffering from this vicious plague of our society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Freetown.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this historic motion, and I wish to place on record my absolute support for the tremendous work that the Honorable Minister of Human Development has been doing in every respect, but particularly today. It is her leadership that has brought us to this historic moment today, and we commend her for her leadership on it. Madam Speaker, in supporting this motion, I have to acknowledge my own sister, Dr. Carol Fonseca Reed, because it was Carol who introduced me to the story of Nora Parham. It was Carol who educated me about Nora Parham many, many years ago. And so when I speak today, I also speak on her behalf. There are moments in a country's history that present an opportunity to right a wrong. And in this case, to acknowledge that on June 5th, 1963, the state committed a grievous wrong, an injustice, when Nora Parham Nee Williams, a mother of 8 sons, some of who are here with us today, was executed. This motion, Madam Speaker, is our government's acknowledgement that Nora was a victim of domestic violence and a victim of a justice system that failed her and her children. The granting of this posthumous pardon will provide an opportunity for our country to correct a historic wrong and to rewrite history. In rewriting this wrong, this motion in support of a posthumous pardon serves as a form of symbolic redemption and reconciliation. Through this posthumous pardon, Nora's voice is no longer silenced. Her voice rings true loud and clear in our government's pledge. In our government's pledge of zero tolerance for domestic violence. In our commitment to encourage victims to speak up and speak out in breaking the silence that surrounds domestic violence. In our commitment to stop victim blaming and to stand alongside the victims and survivors of domestic violence. In our commitment to improving and strengthening domestic violence laws and strengthening domestic violence prevention programs and support for survivors. It is my hope, Madam Speaker, that the proposed posthumous pardon of Nora Parham and the reaffirmation of these commitments today in some small way helps to heal the wounds of the past 59 years. In closing, Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Education Week, let us also commit to doing more to support our teachers who are also victims of violence and abuse. Our students, particularly our sixth form and university students who are in abusive relationships. Yesterday, we brought together some 3,000 teachers from across the country to celebrate National Teachers' Day. The Ministry of Education, the Belize National Teachers Union, the churches, our communities working together. And we have all together committed to ensuring that we do everything to make sure that domestic violence is erased from our society. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
One second, member, Prime Minister. The midday hour. The midday
Madam
hour.
Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due. Opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due. Opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize member for Stank Request.
Madam Speaker, I just want to make a very small contribution. Because I had known Earl and Dean from when I was a young man. I used to go and spend vacation with them in Cairo. And later on, I meet Kent Param in Independence, who is very close to me. So I want to offer my condolences, my sympathies. It is many years ago, but it still lingers on. When I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old, I heard about Nora Param, the first woman that was hung in Belize. So I really appreciate Minister Balaramos to make sure she do this for the family. It's a relief from you all. So once again, all the best.
I recognize the member for Clyde Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to lend support to the motion by the Minister of Human Development and Indigenous Affairs, the Honorable Dolores Balaramos Garcia, for the motion to seek to move the Belize Advisory Council to advise Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy, the posthumous pardon of Nora Param. Indeed, I know that we have recognized the excellencies in the gallery, and certainly I want to recognize the members of the Param family, some of them whom I know very well. I have worked with the Ministry of Agriculture with one or two of the sons, and Dean, of course, we have been neighbors and colleagues. Nora Param was hung from the gallows on June 5, 1963. I was not yet 4 years of age. But as soon as I entered school, I recall the story of Nora Param was still resonating in my hometown of San Ignacio. Madam Speaker, violence in any form is wrong. Domestic violence and abuse are rampant today, and it was probably much so then. Even though at the time of the trial, there was so much controversy, but yet so many persons testifying in her favor. And the fact that there was really no eyewitnesses and that there were recorded incidences of abuse at the police station, Ms. Param was still condemned to lose her life, even though it was largely believed was a wrongful conviction. Madam Speaker, legal scholars inform that beyond a reasonable doubt is the legal burden of proof required to affirm a conviction in a criminal case. In a criminal case, the prosecution bears the burden proving that the defendant is guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. This means that the prosecution must convince the jury that there is no other reasonable explanation that can come from the evidence presented at trial. In other words, the jury must be virtually certain 98 to 99% of the defendant's guilt in order to render a guilty verdict. This standard of proof is much higher than the civil standard called preponderance of the evidence, which only requires a certainty greater than 50%. Madam Speaker, colonial times were different from today, and today such condemnation would not hold any kind of ground. It occurred in a period when there was no court of appeal, no privy council, no CCJ to overturn the Supreme Court verdict. It occurred at a time when all 12 jurors were men, not one single woman. And even though there were many testifying on her behalf and thousands of signatures begging for mercy, the order and final decision was set in the hands of one deciding person, the then governor, after a decision from his appointed committee stating that the law must stay its course. Nora Parham was not afforded her full human nor her constitutional rights, and neither afforded a fair trial. Then again, can it be said that this criminal trial was conducted as a perfunctory trial? The event occurred on Wednesday, February 6, and by April 30, the trial ended with a jury decision, and execution was done by June 5. Just about 3 months from accusation to conviction, and a short 4 months to execution. This would never occur at this day and age. It wants to seem as if there was a message to send to the populace despite the consequences. Madam Speaker, history has taught us that wrong decisions can embarrass a nation. It is our opportunity today to right the wrong done to Nora Parham. It is an opportunity to salvage what bit of decency still can be restored and show the nation and the world that we are a people and government that can do the right thing. The fact that Nora was the first and only woman in the record books to have suffered death at the gallows in Belize is nothing to be proud of. In fact, I would rather say it is embarrassing. Madam Speaker, we do not have a clemency board as such, but we can move the advisory council to advise Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy and thus grant a posthumous pardon. I truly believe that we owe this posthumous pardon to Nora Parham, and in so doing, confer a great apology to her 8 children and the rest of her family who have grieved for close to 60 years and have awaited proper closure once and for all. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Lake Independence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Her story is a riveting Belizean story, one of triumph and tragedy. Triumph for having such beautiful, persevering children. Children who would experience the worst tragedy ever and yet endure to become men of success and serenity, composure and calm. They could have turned out bitter, broken, warped in the system. It would have been understandable if they had taken a turn for the worst, racked by the hurt and pain and unbearable loss. But they defied the odds. See, they were made of something better, something special, something enduringly beautiful. And so today they stand tall, quietly defiant, quiet pillars of success. They have their mama to be thankful for. We have their mama to be thankful for, because it is her spirit, her blood, that flows and comes alive in them. And we have the wider families to be thankful for, because they came together and raised these children to rise above the tragic circumstances, to be their better angels. As I say, it is a classic Belizean story of tragedy and triumph. Today we do what we should have done many decades ago. It is a symbolic act that cannot reverse the irreversible. Justice was denied. The conviction, as the member for Kayan Ortiz says, was swift. Her hanging, even swifter. Her chief witness ignored, deliberately so, I might add. It was a sort of injustice, characteristic of a colonial system that treated our parents and grandparents
as mere subjects and chattels. They say the search for justice has no statute of limitations. And so we stand here today in full support of this motion. I acknowledge the pioneering work of our honorable member from Belize Rural Central and all those who have championed this cause for so very long. If we use this crusading spirit in the pursuit of justice, always, without fail, our space would be a better place. There is no story like her story, yet there are many stories like her story of women grieving, punishing, laboring under the weight of physical and psychological abuse at the hands and feet of a violent spouse. And while this pardon does no demonstrable good for the deceased, it is about the living, it is about the children and grandchildren, it is about the people of this great country, that we cannot any longer tolerate this type of behavior, that our people must reach a place and fast where domestic abuse and abuse in all its forms are absolutely condemned and outlawed, and that justice must always prevail. We must never be what we were. We must always be better. Every day, we must yearn and work for a better Belize in small and big ways. Today is one such step in that journey. Madam Speaker, this motion has my full support.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Member for Enjoyment.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving the opportunity to speak to this motion. And I'm not going to be as eloquent as my brother here, the Deputy Prime Minister. But it's important that today that I want the records of this Honorable House to reflect how very proud I am of the member from Belize Rural Central. And indeed, all members in this Honorable House, including the opposition, that have stood up and supported a motion whose time should have, something that should have never happened, and something that we could have done, as one of our members have said, decades ago. As what we've been saying over and over, Madam Speaker, that 59 years ago, a great wrong was done when an innocent woman, a victim of domestic abuse, Ms. Nora Parham, was executed for murder. And as I look at our sons, I could just imagine the emotion that they're going through today, where this country can finally acknowledge to them and to everyone that a great injustice was done, that their mother was taken away from them. And despite it all, that they have grown up to be fine men that have helped towards the development of this country. But there's nothing we can do or we can say or an action that this National Assembly can take that can bring back their mother. We can pass many motions and resolutions and put up the biggest statue, but that cannot undo the great harm and injustice that was done to them. And that today the independent state of Belize is doing the only thing that we can do to try to right this wrong, and that is to say, to correct the miscarriage of justice that resulted in her execution. We do so by resolving that Nora Parham be granted a pardon posthumously. In the days ahead, we will be going through the legal procedures to Our Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy. To our family and to all who are here present in the galleries, to the men and women alike who have come for this moment, as well as to the scores of people who believe that Nora was herself a victim of unthinkable domestic violence. I lament her suffering and extend our apology for this travesty of justice and pray God that Nora Parham is resting in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to take also the opportunity to recognize the diplomatic corps in the gallery and everybody who is present, as well as the family of the late Nora Parham. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the motion that is before us on the posthumous pardon for Nora Parham. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, but allow me to recognize the family that is here, the children and the grandchildren and the extended family. I represent Toledo West, and some of the children do live in my constituency as well as in other parts of the Toledo district. And I too, Madam Speaker, want to join my voice in solidarity this morning to join with every other member who has spoken on behalf of the motion that today is indeed a very historic day in which we as a nation seek to right the injustice and the wrong that was done to the late Nora Parham. And particularly to say to the family, to the children of Nora Parham, that I also join my voice in apologizing to the family on behalf of the nation of Belize. We recognize that an injustice and a wrong was done. And as other speakers have said, it is never too late to right the wrong. But what is more important, Madam Speaker, what is most important about this is that we must learn a lesson. And the lesson going forward is that we must do everything to fight and to condemn domestic violence and abuse. Our nation is grieving, our nation is hurting, and we must learn from this. And we must all work together, Madam Speaker. We must all stand in solidarity to put our hands at the wheel to ensure that we can bring this scourge to an end, because that is really what our nation desires. Madam Speaker, I end by saying that today is historic. It will go down in the history books that we did what is right, to right the wrong that was done to Nora Parham. And I end by saying, Madam Speaker, that I pray that God will bless the soul of the late Nora Parham, and may she rest in peace and rise in eternal glory. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Center.
Madam Speaker, our hearts are full. I don't believe that I can usefully add anything to the wonderful deliberations that have taken place today, but only to say how happy we are that so many family members of the late Nora Parham are here with us. Madam Speaker, I would seek your indulgence and the indulgence of this honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, report. The question, honorable members, the question is that the motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Belize COVID-19 Response Project, US $26.2 million loan motion 2022. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Belize, being a member of the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to implement Belize's COVID-19 emergency response project to be undertaken by the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, if you indulge me without going through the entire recitals, I can quickly explain. This loan motion seeks approval for US $6.2 million loan from the World Bank for Belize's COVID-19 emergency response project. The primary objectives of this project are to enable affordable and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines and to help ensure effective vaccine deployment in Belize through vaccination system strengthening. These funds are to support 4 initiatives. 1, support the purchasing of COVID-19 vaccines. These funds can assist us in financing the purchase of the Pfizer vaccines for children ages 5 to 11 years, and we will also retroactively finance the cost of hundreds of thousands of doses of COVID-19 vaccines already purchased by the government of Belize. Support the purchasing of auxiliary supply kits, personal protective equipment, PPEs, and related needed medical supplies. 3, enable the continuation and scale-up of the vaccination effort, including communication and sensitization activities, additional mobile vaccination units for hard-to-reach populations, and digital monitoring of vaccinations. And 4, contribute to improving the knowledge and capacity of the Ministry of Health and Wellness on the environment and social management aspect pertaining to COVID-19 vaccination and beyond, such as adopting of the healthcare waste management plan and strengthening of the grievance redress mechanism. In summary, Madam Speaker, the retrofitting financing feature allowed under this loan will immediately address budgetary shortfalls in relation to expenses made and that continue to be made for costs associated with the purchasing of COVID-19 vaccines and vaccine deployment. The remaining funds will assist to strengthen the ability of the healthcare system to respond to future health emergencies. This loan is being offered at a highly concessionary interest rate of approximately 0.25% per annum, subject to any adjustments prior to consummation. I look forward to the support of this Honourable House for the due approval of this loan. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while the opposition appreciates the necessity to combat COVID-19 and to strengthen our healthcare system, we have concerns that we are house sitting after house sitting coming with loan motions, the government. I remember when I was sitting in the galleries before I was elected to this honorable house, the now Prime Minister and many of the members on that side used to lament that we are burdening the Belizean people with debt, and all we do is borrow, 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 and they promise to be a different kind of government. Yet, every single House meeting, there is a loan motion. This particular loan motion, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out to the Belizean people that in the budget debate, there was a line item for $7 million to procure vaccines. One has to ask, with the friendships that we have with many world powers that are giving away vaccines, why do we need to take another loan after just allotting $7 million for vaccinations to get vaccines? I applaud the bilateral undertakings that I see your government doing. I welcome it, but we have to engage smartly. Why is it that we would burden the Belizean people with these loans that they will have to pay for when we could get the things outlined in this loan motion from our partners under bilateral agreements? Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one thing before I close, the member from Alberts was saying that she's having quite a difficult time in the PAC meetings because, Prime Minister and your government, I am not accusing you of any nefarious activity, but it is important for transparency that we have proper accounting of the monies being spent when it comes to COVID-19. Because you just came to the House for $7 million to buy vaccinations. The problem is, in PAC, none of the members from the government show up, so we can't get moving and we can't get a list to say, okay, we spent that $7 million and now we need to spend more to procure more vaccinations. So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I promised myself I wouldn't say anything today, but the learned leader of the opposition said that the member from Albert has problems in PAC dealing with the issues of the vaccination, you said? Or any information, you said? Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. But, Madam Speaker, I have been to every meeting of PAC where we have quorum, and that's all that is necessary in a meeting. And we have been giving the chair lady all the support that she requires. And the clerk is here, deputy clerk is here, everybody in your administration is fully aware what I am saying is a fact. So I don't know who is informing your leader of the opposition, but it's false information that you're spreading. And so if you didn't know, you know now. Thank you very much.
I recognize. No?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to quickly, Madam Speaker, support this very important motion, loan motion presented by the Prime Minister, but to also highlight to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition that while, yes, we may be coming with another motion, it is also important for the Belizean society and for yourself to be informed that we are acquiring pediatric vaccines for our children 5 to 11, which we did not have. And so this fund will allow us to be able to pay for these vaccines and other necessary supplies that the Ministry of Health and Wellness requires in order for the deployment of these very important vaccines to our children. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I wish that the Leader of the Opposition would do his homework before he comes here and embarrass himself. He's lamenting about the borrowing. What if the previous Prime Minister and the ministers of that time did not pillage this country? They did not leave us in such dire strait and left a country that is bankrupt. We'd have never have to borrow money. But to look at with all of the money and spent what we didn't even may have. So what we are doing right now, Madam Speaker, is basically as what the Minister of Health have said, that we are using these monies to buy for pediatric, the vaccines for the kids, for the children. But at the same time, we are paying monies that we had already spent for those vaccines that we have already gotten, and also to be able to buy more PPEs and other equipment that we need. COVID is not over yet. We have to, it's a continuous fight. So I wish we do not have to borrow. I wish you could make it all go away. But you left us in such a mess up state financially that this government, because of the work that we are doing, if we did not do the work, God forbid if we've had a UDP government, we would have had the evaluation by now. Because we don't have had the skills to be able to turn things around in such a short time around. And even the IMF have said it. That said, Madam Speaker, I move this motion.
Members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, it's another long motion. Madam Speaker, this is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development Climate Resilient and Sustainable Agriculture Project, US $25 million loan motion 2022. And I challenge the Leader of the Opposition not to support this one. Madam Speaker, I move, whereas Belize, being a member of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financing assistance to implement a climate resilient and sustainable agriculture project to be undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture with the assistance of the Belize Social Investment Fund. Madam Speaker, this $25 million US loan that we're making from the World Bank is directed to agriculture. It is primarily to assist small farmers increase agricultural productivity and adopt climate-smart agriculture approaches. Of course, this is another part in fulfilling our Plan Belize agenda from farm to table, since these funds will assist in increasing food security. But it is more than that, Madam Speaker. It will ultimately result in rural transformation, another of our Plan Belize goals, and is a part of long-term sustainable human development. This US $25 million loan is actually a part of a US $45.7 million project to be implemented over a 5-year period. US $18 million to come from participating financial institutions and US $2.5 million from farmers. Through this facility, farmers, especially small farmers, will be able to access financing through a matching grant and loan program. The grant component will come from the government through this $25 million loan, and the loans will come from participating financial institutions as they adopt climate-smart agriculture technologies and practices while increasing their productivity, levels of income, and resiliency to climate change and weather events. To ensure the proper functioning of this project to its fullest extent, the loan will also finance training courses and advisory services for participating financial institutions such as the DFC, the Belize Credit Union League and its member credit unions, commercial banks, and the beneficiary farmers and farmer groups applying for grants. So whilst it may be grants and not just grants to give away, like what the UDP used to do, remember just before elections, then give letter grants and without really thinking it out properly. The matching grants program will target different groups of farmers with 30% of grants targeted for women farmers. It will be provided via these two categories. One, small holder farmer, and two, commercially oriented farmers and farmers groups. We expect this project to benefit about 7,300 beneficiaries directly, resulting in about 4,260 farm households. That could affect up to 17,000 plus individuals. This project will complement support being provided by other major donor partners for Belizean agriculture, namely IFAD's Resilient Rural Belize project and the IDB's Eco-Micro projects. Madam Speaker, the World Bank loan is yet another example of the typically growing confidence in Plan Belize and in our PUP administration. It is an option not only held by the World Bank, an opinion not only held by the World Bank, but by all our multilateral and bilateral partners. They are saying, finally, Belize has a competent government with one vision. Madam Speaker, we are now in a position where, for the first time in a generation, the only constraint Belize faces for accessing funds is not funding sources or funding costs. Rather, it is in national budget's capacity to take on debt. I assure this nation we will continue to act in a manner that is fiscally responsible and make prudent choices in the best interest of our country and the people of Belize. This loan motion is one of those prudent choices, so I look forward to the support of this Honorable House for its approval.
I recognize the member, the Mesopotamian Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion. The opposition supports this motion. We welcome support to our farmers. All throughout the rural areas, rural transformation is a priority item on the United Democratic Party's agenda. And I welcome the Prime Minister's epiphany. Now you realize how important borrowing is. While in opposition, you could not see the wisdom and the necessity of it. And I'd just like to clarify that maybe you have the previous administration mistaken with the Musa administration that could not access financing. It was the former UDP administration that took Belize out of that dark era where no one wanted to lend. So, Madam Speaker, we, the opposition, support this assistance to our farmers to help them with their technical training and transitioning small farmers to commercial status. The reservation that we do have is, as I've been traveling around the country, San Antonio, San Andres, Chanchen, all over, San Esteban, I was in your constituency, Prime Minister, this week. There is a concern by farmers that when these monies are borrowed, that the distribution is politicized. And, you know, I respect the member from Orange Walk South, and I hope that I could sit down with him and bring these concerns to his attention, because while we support getting these necessary monies for our farmers, it cannot be PUP farmers or UDP farmers. It has to be for the farmers. We cannot politicize uplifting our people. Rural transformation means for all people in the rural areas. So I hope that you will take my concerns into consideration. I will ask the member from Orange Walk South to sit with him before unlike you, when you wrote the IFI to complain that we were politicizing the money, I'm not going to go there yet. I hope that we can sit down and discuss how we can have some type of oversight to ensure that everyone is getting access to the winning, right? Todos ganamos, right? Everybody. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
I'll be short and sweet, Madam Speaker. I remember Petrocarib, $700 million, and we still don't know where the money went. The people have not felt the money as yet, and you talk about equitable and efficient and a whole lot of rhetoric when your government was in power. You had access to $700 million coming from
The motion or not supporting the motion?
1 second.
Brought what up?
May I remind
I didn't say anything about Petrocarib, equitable, nothing.
Remember when we stand on a point of order? I've also reduced what I've asked for. I'm not asking you to name the number of the standing order, but just the essence of what that point of order is. That's all I ask. What is your point of order?
My point of order is relevance, Madam Speaker.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Member for Cayo South.
I don't understand his relevance, but I'm just reminding him because he says that he is hoping that we are equitable in how we spend our money, and I believe we have been fair, equitable, and efficient in how this government is spending its money. Yeah, maybe to a fault, as the Prime Minister says. And I'm reminding him of one incident, one situation where $700 million was borrowed and we still have to pay it, and there is no report, there is no auditing, but we know of all the political issues and political spending that was done with it. And so I'm just reminding you, it's not good to be hypocritical in this house. It's important to speak the truth. You wasn't in cabinet, but your puppy was. You want to bury him, you said?
Members.
No, I'm just repeating. What did you say, sir?
No, member.
Okay. So it's good for me to remind him, Madam Speaker, because sometimes he's missing the point. And if he does, I will constantly remind him. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on the loan motion that is before us, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I sat here and I listened to the member from the opposition complain about this loan motion. And really and truly, Madam Speaker, I want to put on record that he should be the last one to be speaking against supporting such a very important motion, when in fact, the United Democratic Party and his side have the worst record, Madam Speaker, when it comes to supporting agriculture.
Speaker, on a point of order, clarification. I support this motion. Do not lie to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. He's saying that I didn't support the motion. I support the motion.
The record will show that you did say you support the motion. Thank you. Members. Proceed, member for Toledo.
Leader of the opposition, I would advise that you sit and listen and learn something. Madam Speaker, the UDP has the worst record when it comes to supporting agriculture and our farmers in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point because I'm going to get to the motion right now, but it is important that we set the record straight, Madam Speaker. The citrus industry was killed under the UDP. The rice industry in the Toledo district killed under the UDP. The papaya industry killed under the UDP, Madam Speaker. We face one of the worst droughts in the north. What did they do to support the farmers in the aftermath of the drought? Nothing, zero. That is the record of the UDP. So how can they come to this honorable house and speak ill against such a very important motion, Madam Speaker, that is going to support agriculture. Madam Speaker, this is important. And I want to read on what it says here, Madam Speaker. This motion seeks to support a transition to a more resilient, productive, and green agriculture development. That is important, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are living in an era where climate change has been having a serious negative effect on the development of our country. And we know all the challenges associated with climate change. And that is why it is important that any government seeks to ensure that whatever policies are going to be set out to promote and to develop agriculture, that they must be climate resilient, and to a great extent, they must be environmentally friendly and green, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion seeks to support the rural area. Over 55% of our people live in the rural area. That is significant. That is the area that we promise that we are going to develop and we are going to support. We all understand the importance of agriculture. Agriculture plays a very key role in ensuring that our economy can recover. In fact, the statistics are going to show, Madam Speaker, that after COVID-19, agriculture played a major role in the recovery of our economy, followed by tourism. So this is a great opportunity, Madam Speaker, for Belize. And I am particularly elated to see that there is going to be emphasis on women. We need to support our women because our women, particularly in the rural area, are doing great work when it comes to promoting and working agriculture. So this is a great opportunity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, suffice for me to say that this is a great initiative. And we on this side of the House are proud. We are here to support our farmers, and we will do everything to ensure that this economy bounces back through agriculture. And this loan plays a significant role in that process. I support this motion, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I may relate to this particular motion, and I fully support this motion, Madam Speaker, but I have a grave concern as it pertains to how these funds will be implemented. Madam Speaker, and in speaking about this particular motion, I want to reflect back on what had transpired back in 2020, when the then UDP administration procured funds from these IFIs precisely to assist and aid in the drought that the country had been experiencing. While I will admit that it took longer than we would have thought, it reached a point where the funds were available at a time when the election was soon coming. At that time, it is the then leader of the opposition, now Prime Minister, that precisely wrote to these IFIs, bringing about the issue that these funds will be used for political purposes to gain the kind of mileage that would see the government in power use it for their own purposes. Madam Speaker, on that basis, these IFIs decided not to disburse these funds. These funds were later disbursed under their administration. Allow me, Madam Speaker, and allow me to indicate a number of things. Precisely what was being cited in the letter that the Prime Minister wrote to these IFIs was exactly what transpired under their administration. Madam Speaker, I will cite a number of examples where legitimate farmers, cane farmers, onion farmers, those that do cash crops, were simply just listed out from those that would have been assisted. we had instances where legitimate farmers, hardworking farmers, farmers who are there not by name but are there because of their work that they do, were left out. Simply removed from the list. I would want to assume that because these are farmers to be known UDPs, and we have had instances where some of the very same farmers who were ousted from this list practically started buying those same goods that were intended for them, those same products that were intended for them. And they had to buy it from the so-called farmers. I was concerned that the list of registered farmers had suddenly increased. There was a huge influx of farmers who were registered. No, we all know that whenever you're looking at the farmers, there ought to have been a list saying farmer A, farmer B, farmer C. These are the crops that these farmers do, and these are the site locations. On the basis of that, there would have been a concise list of who all would qualify under this. I was appalled to see farmers in my own community who in my entire life, I have not known them to farm, but they were able to cash in on vouchers of up to $15,000. $15,000, Madam Speaker, that if you were to put that in the hands of the very productive and hardworking farmers, would have made a difference. But what happened? These were the same people that had to buy from those who got. Madam Speaker, while the vouchers were not in cash, these people could have gotten an X amount, and I cited 15,000. In terms of agricultural inputs, we're speaking about irrigation purposes, we're speaking about seeds, we're speaking about herbicides, we're speaking about pesticides, you name it, and it was there. What do you think happened? A farmer that does not have a farm, a farmer that does not have a physical site where he would farm, got this assistance. And what exactly transpired is that these were the same people who were able to cash in on these, who were able to get these products, and without any proper use, sold it. I brought this precisely to the minister, and I explained to him, how is it that we're using a particular formula when we don't have a precise legend as to say who qualifies? Going forward, Madam Speaker, while I have that full support, I have to express that concern. I don't know that because ex-farmer that I'm friend to an agricultural officer, or that because that I'm friend to the minister at Corozal North, that he or she qualifies, because I clearly understood that the minister, your minister from Corozal North, was the one who said, look, this person cannot get, this person can get, he the UDP, he can get, that the person the UDP, he can get. This is precisely the politicizing that we have to get out of this. While the efforts are genuine, the implementation of these kinds of monies, Madam Speaker, has to be on a technical basis, has to be out of the political world that we're living in. And so all I am asking is that while we have a genuine motion here, let the implementation be done outside the scope of politics. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Members, we have the member on his feet.
I rise to give my support to this motion, as I myself represent farmers in the Orange Walk East constituency. But I listened to the leader of the opposition, and lo and behold, the member for Corozal North stepped in to make his contribution and somewhat repeated some of the same rhetoric from the leader of the opposition. But what they failed to say, Madam Speaker, talking about speaking from his experience, in Santa Marta, the village that I represent, who are some of the best pineapple growers in this country, many of them were never ever got over the 13 years support from the UDP government. You know why? Because they have been faithful supporters of the People's United Party and never once voted against their party. So talking about, you have a list of people who are UDP or PUP, You all did that. Many of you, you sit here shaking your head. You could ask the minister, and I know he will answer. Many of your agriculture people that got money in Santa Marta, not even own a farm, and they were getting money, never plant a seed in their life. So you all come to this honorable house trying to paint a picture as if we are doing. And I know for a fact, having spoken to the minister, that our farmers are now being properly registered through the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. That is what you call responsible governance. That is what you call being transparent and accountable to the Belizean people. Now our people are benefiting, and the farmers will benefit through this loan motion. So I fully support this motion, Madam Speaker, because I believe and I know that under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño and through the leadership of the Minister of Agriculture, our farmers will get the support that they long deserve.
I recognize the member for Oregon.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I certainly am surprised at the member for Corozal North and his comments on the assistance that farmers received. Madam Speaker, these programs were inherited by our government. When I was in opposition, I complained about the same thing. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I'm reading right now a message from somebody from 2021 who was saying that he was disappointed at the way monies were being distributed. We inherited that problem, Madam Speaker. And there were the SURC program and the cane farmers assistance. I will tell you something, Madam Speaker. For the cane farmers program, in opposition, I was spraying my cane fields. 11 o'clock in the morning, I stopped. We finished working. We went to the Chinese store, buy soft drinks for the guys who were working on the Lee biscuits. And then lo and behold, the extension officer showed up and said, Joe, with the look for, there are people there that cane farmers, we want to register them. Strangely, because the SICB has a full list of cane farmers, but they brought in young people from Cayo to do a survey in Orindrak to see who's a cane farmer, wasting time and money. And when that was over, Madam Speaker, it was a total mess. And after I became minister, I said, explain to me how this works, so that I get to know how the system works. And I looked for my name, member, and there it was, Jose Mai. One cane field, 30 acres, and a voucher of $700, I think it was. But I have 4 cane fields. I said, but that's okay for me. But as they scrolled down, Madam Speaker, I saw a last name from a family, Hernandez of San Esteban, cousin to the then past minister, Gaspar Vega. And look at the name of that person appear 7, 8 times. And I said to myself, how is this possible? How is it that some cane farmers appear 7 times and one cane farmer who has 4 cane fields appear 1 time? And when I further look, Madam Speaker, because it's supposed to go out and do verification. One thing is to tell me you're a cane farmer, and next one is for the officers to go and verify. You know where they put my cane field, Madam Speaker? In front of Belize High School of Agriculture. When I have no cane field, the whole system, member for, was a mess under your government, which I inherited. And under the SURC program, it was even worse. Madam Speaker, there were people who or not even a farmer that received money. As a matter of fact, San Carlos village, which is a PUP village, who are maybe the largest producers of onions in this country and potatoes and carrots, received very little to nothing. So when we got into power, and I asked my CEO and Dr. Victor Pascual, who's heading up, go to the financing institution, SIF was managing it, and ask them what the hell is happening here. Because if the farmers cannot get, then if it is not fair, I don't want to be a part of it. Take back on the money, because it is unfair. And they said to me, we can't change no names, because there were people who were not farmers who were benefiting, and some who were genuine farmers were not getting anything, nothing at all. And this happened under your government member. This should have been brought up at that time. So when I tried to change it, they said no. I said, well, you know what? I don't want it. I'm going to take it back. They're on loan anyway. We have to pay it. And if people who are not farmers are getting, it is unfair for the Belizean people. And they said, okay, we can take it back. But when you want more help from we, you're not getting it. They tied my hands. So eventually, people who were still not farmers ended getting money. This was under the previous Minister of Agriculture, not under Jose. Right now, Madam Speaker, we could not correct that at all. They tied our hands. We could not correct it. So there was nothing that we could do but to give it out with the pain in my heart, because I know that was a loan. But all this did not happen under the PUP. It was not manufactured under the PUP. It was a design by the previous government. It is now that we are putting things in order. As a matter of fact, I just reeled up with my staff yesterday, because we have to register farmers and get the proper information, where they live, where the farm is, what is their birth date, because there are many mistakes in those things that have to be corrected. As a matter of fact, with the Amexid program right now with Sembrando Vida, we have to correct that before that begins. Because the information, a lot of it is wrong, and it was done again. Remember. You see, you take enumerators from Cayo and take them to a range work, to the villages. Why not employ the people of your district and let them be the enumerators? They know who the farmers are. So you spend a lot of money, and you get a bunch of nonsense in that data. Waste of money. Now, we are going to correct that. And this loan, Madam Speaker, that we are getting is going to be properly administered. I will never allow corruption, and the technical staff of this Ministry of Agriculture knows how we operate, and they understand now how we operate. And they understand that we will not tolerate the nonsense that happened under the UDP government. This loan that we are getting, Madam Speaker, comes at an opportune time when our doors to trade to Mexico are now opened. So when you say, well, how will I produce all this rice? Well, now is the time to use the money and use it wisely. The money will be spent on market-led commodities, profit-driven, so that this country can benefit. We will not, and we have to learn from mistakes. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why I believe my ministry is doing well is because I stood in a position 13 years from outside looking in and looking at all the mistakes that they did. And we will not repeat those mistakes, remember. So all this bad wrongdoing that you're saying was designed under the leadership of your then Prime Minister and under the very talkative Minister of Agriculture, Godwin Holtz, not under this minister. We tried to correct all the bad things that the government did. And we will ensure that whatever loan money comes to us, it is a loan, and people have to pay the loan. We will ensure that that money is well invested, Madam Speaker. We are going to ensure that we produce for local consumption, first and foremost, and the rest is for export. And that is what we will invest, Madam Speaker. Thanks.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in Creole, we have this, we say, do so, not like do so. That's exactly what happened to the honorable member from Cayo North. They know how they bad spend up the money and give it to their own supporters, and now say, well, oh, no, go do that. And now here he is accusing our government to have done that just to embarrass himself, to find out that they may do that to give them money to farmers that should have never get the money. They were the ones that do that. And I'm glad that the Minister of Agriculture corrected the records here in this honorable house. And we want to be able to give all the farmers, remember from Corozal North. But the truth of the matter is that the money is limited, so we're going to assist directly about a little over 17,000 farmers. And we're going to ensure that it is done properly. And speaking about epiphanies, I think the one who got an epiphany today is the leader of the opposition, finally realizing that we need to support our agricultural sector. We need to support our farmers. That's why you got the epiphany. Listen to me. I am also a farmer, you know. I don't care farmer. I have a cattle ranch. I invest my money on the soil. I invest my money on the soil and sweat under the sun. So you are the one. How many hours have you spent working under the sun, toiling the soil? You don't know about anything. You'll get a huge stroke if you come out under the sun and go try working at the farm. Well, anyway, I take it back. On them DPM.
Thank you, member.
But, Madam Speaker, it's important for me to set the record straight. When he talks about loans, the point is that it is the UDP government that borrowed far more than the Musa administration. Yes, you increased it by over $2 billion, and now we have to pay for it. And talking about why is it that we wrote to the IFIs, we did it simply because we get very suspicious when you try to make one loan to give away just before election. So who you think you may get the money off? To our people? It was to your people, that UDP will get that. Let me remind you, and the former Prime Minister may take great offense to what I said. 3 weeks before the general elections in 2015, the UDP gave away $45 million. Remember that? $45 million they gave away. And after the election, come to the House and have the House approve monies that they used to buy an election in 2015. And this time around, they try to do the same thing. So I say, what? Once bitten, twice shy? What? The Belizean people have learned. The Belizean people have learned. And that is why today we have what? 26 over this side. And how much over there? I think only 3 are there because 2 stay home. No, but I'm told that the leader, the other leader of the UDP have COVID, so he couldn't come today. He may want to have some fun with you. But, Madam Speaker, we want to assure the members on the other side that we are very serious when it comes to agriculture. COVID-19 has taught this country a very important lesson, that we cannot put too many of our eggs in the tourism basket. 40% of GDP disappeared overnight when the tourists could no longer come, and agriculture was not getting the support that they deserved under the previous government. With the work of the honorable member from Orange Rock South, who is himself an agronomist, they have quickly turned things around. That just, I think it was this week that the Cattle Association took out a press release supporting opening up the market to Mexico, but pointed out that under this government, we have exported over 40,000 heads of cattle, Madam Speaker. That is direct support to our farmers. Madam Speaker, I don't want, it's already late, so I move this motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a motion to support Taiwan's participation in the International Organization 2022, and I acknowledge the presence of the Ambassador and his assistant here in this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I move whereas this year of 2022 marks the 33rd anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic ties between Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan. And whereas all bilateral cooperation, and whereas for these 33 years of friendship, Belize and Taiwan have continuously supported and helped each other and closely cooperated in numerous areas ranging from infrastructure, medical and public health, agriculture, sustainable environment, information and communication technology, to culture and education. And whereas all bilateral cooperation projects between Belize and Taiwan, including road construction, motor vehicle registration and license system, breeding sheep and goat production, urban resilience and disaster prevention, medical imaging system, women empowerment, Mandarin teaching, and talent cultivation are currently proceeding smoothly. And whereas Honorable John Bresenio, Prime Minister of Belize, visited Taiwan and was welcomed by Her Excellency Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on 9 March 2022. And the government of Taiwan has committed to work with the government of Belize to construct a new hospital with state-of-the-art medical facilities in San Pedro and Burgess Key for the health and wellness of Belizean people. And whereas to assist Belize in its fight against COVID-19 pandemic, Taiwan has donated large quantities of medical supplies and personal protective equipment to Belize and shared its successful experiences containing the pandemic with Belize, demonstrating Taiwan's commitment to helping its allies and international partners in need. And whereas Taiwan is a faithful ally and development partner of Belize, and the generosity and contribution Taiwan made to other countries have shown Taiwan is an indispensable part of the global community, and Taiwan can play and has played a critical role in the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House express its full support to Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Assembly, WHA, the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to President Tsai Ing-wen through the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein. Madam Speaker, it gives me great honor and pleasure to be able to present this motion. Taiwan has been a friend, a true friend of Belize, and has always stood by us in times of need. And even when we don't need, they're still there to support the development of this young democracy. And likewise, by them standing in support in solidarity with Belize, they have done that around the world. Taiwan has some of the best scientists when it comes to climate change, to health, in architecture, in construction, and the world is losing out from the talent, the expertise, the goodwill, and the commitment of the government and the people of Taiwan, China, or the Republic of China, Taiwan. That when we keep them out, Madam Speaker, it is at a loss to countries that are in need. Maybe some of the bigger developed countries do not need, but there are more people in the world that needs that those that do not need. And even if that for that reason alone, Madam Speaker, I believe that that the United Nations and other international organizations should open their doors for the Republic of China or Taiwan to participate, to help humanity. Madam Speaker, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition certainly supports this motion. Taiwan has been a friend of Belize for the last 33 years. Throughout all the different governments, Taiwan has remained a friend of Belize. Taiwan is one of the most progressive, modern democracies around the world, and they supply the world with such invaluable contributions that it is truly depriving the world by not having them participate in these international organizations. And the motion before us is fully supported in order to give Taiwan her rightful place at the world table. We, as Belizeans, empathize with the struggle of Taiwan, who faces existential threats every day by a neighbor that is extremely powerful, one of the greatest powers in the world. And so it is important that we stand in solidarity with Taiwan as we face our own existential threat. I know that the Senator Michael Perfeet is in London right now dealing with the ICJ matter, and it looms over us where we have Guatemala with its unfounded claim to Belize. So we relate to the struggle of the Republic of China, who, for those who don't know, started in the United Nations as the government, the nation for China. But unfortunately, things have not continued along those lines. But we unreservedly support this motion for China, for Republic of China to be a part of the international organizations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion to support Taiwan's participation in international organizations. Not only for the excellent support they give our country, or because of the friendship, or all the things that Prime Minister mentioned when he introduced the motion, but also because of international justice in the many areas established under the United Nations. One example, Madam Speaker, is that of health justice, which gives human dignity to everyone, regardless of who they are or where they come from. It means equitable and affordable quality care for all and across the world. For instance, in climate justice, which means finding solutions to the climate crisis that not only reduce emissions or protect the natural world, but that do so in a way which creates a fairer, more just, and equal world in the process, and that emphasizes action within communities that are affected most by climate change. Taiwan is one of those countries that is affected by climate change. And also, Madam Speaker, for the invaluable contribution that Taiwan makes to the world, especially in communication and information technology, and as suppliers of goods across the industrial spectrum. Taiwan's significance to the global semiconductor industry cannot be understated. One example in Taiwan is TSMC. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is the world's largest contract chip manufacturer and Asia's most valuable listed company at over $600 billion. Much of the world's global supply chain of semiconductors is reliant on Taiwan. So then, why can't they be participants in the international organizations? Madam Speaker, I offer my full support to this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Speaker, I rise to offer my full support to this very important motion supporting Taiwan's participation in international organizations. Wish to place on record my gratitude, of course, to the people and government of Taiwan and their representative in Belize, His Excellency, who is here with us today, for their strong commitment and partnership in the areas of education and culture over the years, over these more than 25 years or so. 33 years of friendship, but our partnership in education, I think, is about 27 or 28 years. Over that period, hundreds and hundreds of young Belizeans have had an opportunity to get a world-class education in Taiwan and to return to Belize and to participate in the growth and development of Belize. And certainly over the years, we have sought to strengthen our relationship in the area of culture, and we intend to do a lot more in that area. Cultural exchanges, cultural promotion between Belize and Taiwan, and we're very grateful for that partnership. Taiwan, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, has so much to offer the world, and we were privileged to have an opportunity to see that firsthand when we visited Taiwan in March of this year, to see the tremendous expansion, the tremendous growth and development taking place in Taiwan, the tremendous repository of expertise that that country has that it can share with the global community. So as I completely associate myself with the words of the Honorable Prime Minister, it is a loss for the global community when Taiwan is not seated at the table, when they are not given an opportunity to share their experiences, their expertise with the rest of the world. And so, we certainly in education, I can tell you, they have some first-class universities in Taiwan engaged in leading research efforts that the entire world community can benefit from. And so we certainly join the call for Taiwan to be given its rightful place at the seat of the global community where it has so much to offer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues in supporting this motion, Madam Speaker. The people of Taiwan have the right to self-determination and to full participation in international organizations. I can personally speak of the generosity of the people and government of Taiwan during my tenure at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. They are among few countries in the world that were able to develop their own COVID vaccine. They have proven to be leaders in health, in agriculture, education, and technology, to name a few areas. And they have a positive impact to make, not only on Belize, but on the world. So, Madam Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the people of Taiwan, and I support this motion.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Madam Speaker, I too rise to place on record my unequivocal support for the motion to support Taiwan's participation in international organizations. Belize has enjoyed 33 years of solid diplomatic relations between Belize and Taiwan. We have enjoyed a mutual respect and friendship and partnership. We have enjoyed and respected our sovereignty as young democracies trying to find our place and space in international organizations. Taiwan has always been supportive of the efforts of the government of Belize, and we have responded in kind. They have supported good governance, education, cultural promotion, health, agriculture, technology. But I would like to underscore on this occasion their support for economic cooperation agreement between Belize and Taiwan that supports our sugar producers and our small farmers in the sugar industry. It is therefore, Madam Speaker, my pleasure and responsibility to support this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, Madam Speaker, to offer my full support to this motion in support of our friends of Taiwan. I want to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Ambassador that is here with us today, and to state as well on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and in extension, the people of this country, our deepest appreciation to Taiwan for the generous support that you have continuously offered to us in terms of health. Madam Speaker, I think and I know that Taiwan's exceptional response to the commitment, the containment of COVID-19, as well as its donation of medical equipment to other nations, have been lauded by the international community. On the 22nd to the 28th of May, Madam Speaker, the World Health Assembly will be held in Geneva. And for 8 consecutive years, Taiwan was always invited as an observer. And so this motion is very timely, that we also signal our support as a country and as a people seeking Taiwan's participation, not only at the WHA for this year, but for every other WHA and for all other international participation that related to these issues highlighted in this motion. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of myself and of course on behalf of our ministry, we offer our full support to this motion.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise in support of this motion. And I want to acknowledge, of course, our ambassador and, of course, our friends of the Republic of China, Taiwan. Madam Speaker, I want to start off first by saying that as long as I can remember on back days as a teenager in Orange Walk, my late father was a farmer. That is when I met the first group of friends from Taiwan who we all know that they are known for the generosity to our country from way back, but not only for the generosity in assisting us in many other ways, but I think what most was clear was that they were generous in part in sharing their expertise in agriculture. I quickly learned in not only how to plant, but how to really be efficient to get the biggest yield in a plot of land. And I will never forget that. I'm very grateful. Fast forward a couple of decades, here I am, learning to meet with them, and when the government changed back in November 2020, the first office to get in contact with me was the Office of the Republic of China, Taiwan. I'm very grateful. And immediately, we struck off friendship as it was a natural thing. And from there on, we have been in contact. And of course, I'm standing up here that on behalf of Belize Rural South, there's so many things that we want to thank the ambassador and his nation for their generosity. And that finally we'll see the way forward that now Belize Rural South on a whole, namely Ambergis Key, will be benefiting from a much needed hospital. But it's not only the building of the hospital, but the profound effects that will have in tourism sector. And that is also must be highlighted. There's so much we have in common, Madam Speaker. There's so much we have to learn from these great people, wonderful people. They are known as an economic powerhouse. They are ranked among the highest as the IMF reports. They are also the top 10 nations, they rank among the top 10 nations in the manufacturing of robotics. It is indeed the Republic of China, an advanced economy. So other than just the generosity that they are a friendly nation, we as a nation are a peaceful and democratic nation, and so are they. Therefore, as a nation, it is our duty and responsibility to support this nation, that they have a right to play in everywhere that they see the capacity as an independent nation in this world. Wherever they are, they must be welcome and embraced. And we stand here in support. And Madam Speaker, I support this motion.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central. Belize Rural Central.
I only wish to add, Madam Speaker, in the presence of the distinguished Taiwanese ambassador, that we are extremely grateful for the donations, the very kind donations of fabric, for his tour of the South with us, and for focusing on the economic empowerment of women. We can't thank Ambassador and the President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the people of Taiwan enough for all that you have done and continue to do in supporting especially our women of Belize. So I wanted to add my voice to that very briefly, Madam Speaker, and I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Belmopan.
Speaker, I rise to offer my full support to this motion, the motion to support Taiwan's participation in International Organization 2022. As a true friend of Belize, Taiwan has been not only generous to us, but I think it has been a partner to Belize. And I can see that from personal experience, as I was the first Belize Defense Force officer to have been invited and participated and studied at the Taiwan Defense University. And I am grateful for the opportunity to have done my senior command staff course in Taiwan. Taiwan continues to support our ministry as we have Coast Guard personnel at this point in time studying at Taiwan with the Taiwan Navy, as well as BDF officer at the Taiwan Defense University. I want to place on record my full support for this motion, as I believe that as a friend of Belize and as a partner of Belize, The people, the government, and people of Taiwan have the right to participate in all international organizations. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Stank Creek West.
Madam Speaker, I stand to say today that I support this motion, and I want to acknowledge the presence of the ambassador along with the secretary. I believe that Taiwan is always at the pillar of Belize development, I believe, since 1989. And we can rely on you all the time. So if there's a disaster, I know Taiwan will be there for us and assist as much as they can. I've been to your beautiful country twice, and I can tell you when I was there, I enjoyed it, and I always want to go back. I also go back about a month ago, thank God I never gone because somebody had the COVID. Yeah. But the bond and the relationship that Belize share with you is second to none. And also the Prime Minister, I always say that Taiwan is like a big brother or like a mother or father to us. And we accept it and we appreciate it. So with that said, I hope that one day that Taiwan should be established a member of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable member for Toledo West.
I'll be very short. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I too fully support this motion that is before us this afternoon. Belize has been a very good friend of Taiwan, and Taiwan has been a very good friend of Belize. Suffice to say, Madam Speaker, that Taiwan has always promoted, world peace and democracy and respect for our sovereignty. And those are fundamental principles that any democratic nation must uphold. So, Madam Speaker, I fully endorse and support Taiwan's request to join all international organizations. I thank you.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all of my colleagues on this side and certainly on the other side, the support that they're giving to this motion. We are recognized that the Republic of China, Taiwan, has demonstrated their goodwill and their ability to be able to be a member that can be seated at the United Nations and in all international organizations. That said, Madam Speaker, I move this motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and support. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following motions pass this day. 1. Motion to seek to move the Belize Advisory Council to advise Her Excellency, the Governor General, to exercise the prerogative of mercy 2022. 2. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Climate Resilience and Sustainable Agriculture Project, US $25 million loan motion 2022. Motion to support Taiwan's participation in international organizations 2022. As you may be aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended, and the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee until they have concluded their business. I recognize the honorable member for Caribbean Shores. One second, member. I recognize the honorable chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 109/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development Climate Resilient and Sustainable Agriculture Project of US $25 million loan motion 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the honorable member for the Caribbean Shores, member for the Constitution and Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 108/1/13, Civil Works Contract Agreements for the Caracol Road Upgrading Project, lots 2A, 2B, and 2C.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. There's one more report. I now recognize the chairperson for the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table report number HR 111/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the motion to seek to move the Belize Advisory Council to advise Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy, 2022.
One second. Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Climate Resilience and Sustainable Agriculture Project, US $25 billion loan, motion 2022. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to create a more productive and resilient agricultural system via capacity building and investments that can sustain rural transformation towards climate-smart agriculture, approve and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and therefore authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to create a more productive and resilient agricultural system via capacity building and investments that can sustain rural transformation towards climate-smart agriculture, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the motion to support Taiwan's participation in international organizations 2022. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House expresses its full support to Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Assembly, the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to President Tsai Ing-wen through the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House expresses its full support to Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Assembly, WHO, International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to President Tsai Ing-wen through the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, this is the motion to seek to move the Belize Advisory Council to advise Her Excellency the Governor General to exercise the prerogative of mercy 2022. Madam Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that 1, Nora Parham be granted a posthumous pardon, and 2, the sentence of death by hanging imposed on Nora Parham and executed on June 5th, 1963 be revoked.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that 1, Nora Parham be granted a posthumous pardon, 2, the sentence of death by hanging imposed on Nora Parham and executed on June 5th, 1963 be revoked. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. Prime Minister, before we move to adjournment, allow me to express sincere gratitude to those who were in the gallery, diplomatic corps, and of course the members of the Nora Parham family. I also recognize, rather late, that we did have among us in the gallery a long-standing former parliamentarian in the name of Mr. Hector Silva. And I bring this to the attention of the members of the House. As you all may recall, that your administrative office of the House of Representatives, we worked last year on a video with the Honorable Charles Hyde, who presided over the House of Representatives historical meeting of the Constitution of Belize and therefore making the country an independent state. 41 plus years later, I take great honor, and in the presence of Mr. Silva, who has been a long-standing member of that fight towards independence, that another historical moment occurred today, and with bipartisan support. And for that, as your speaker, I am truly grateful. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence to speak on a matter of national importance, which is public debt. Before I proceed, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the extraordinary people in Mesopotamia, the best constituency, most loyal constituency, UDP constituency ever. And I thank them for the distinct privilege to serve them in this honorable House. Pleasant good afternoon to all the constituencies who have given me the distinct honor to serve them as their party leader and leader of the opposition, despite the wishes of the Prime Minister and the entire government, the last House meeting, who told me that I would not be sitting here at this House meeting. But notwithstanding, we're not getting into that. Why I had to be confident? Imagine if I wasn't that confident.
Your matter of...
Yes, public debt. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, all societies, all governments have to incur debt. It is a part of the growth and development and transformation of any country. We have to borrow. Certainly a developing nation such as Belize, we need to borrow. So there is nothing wrong with borrowing. And relatively speaking, there's not necessarily an evil in having debt, but there is bad debt and there is good debt. And as we come into this house meeting after house meeting, loan after loan after loan is being presented. And so it is an alarming pattern, Madam Speaker. So while even one of the motions that were presented today for a loan, I supported to help our farmers in the agricultural sector, it is important that we have a proper, transparent accounting of the monies that are being spent, the debt that is being added, Madam Speaker. Because, you know, there is always a lot said by the government as to what the previous administration did. But when it comes to how we got here, Madam Speaker, we cannot leave out the 1998 to 2003 Musa administration, PUP administration, that racked up $659 million in debt in that term, Madam Speaker. Then there was the 03 to 08 PUP administration, the Musa Briceño administration, that racked up $793 million in debt, Madam Speaker. So when the Prime Minister talks about bad spending, there is no greater orchestrator of bad spending than this administration. So when we rise to give pause to the amount of loans, the frequency of loans that are coming in here, it's because of what we've been through, Madam Speaker. There is the DFC, where, again, the Prime Minister was there. The Deputy Prime Minister resigned because of how terrible the administration for Prime Minister Musa was doing in racking up public debt and the corruption. And there was a $250 million loan, Madam Speaker, the Bear Stearns loan, where there is not $1 that could be accounted for. And that debt, that 500 million Belize dollar debt, is still being paid today, Madam Speaker, by the taxpayers. So it's very important, Madam Speaker, when we talk about public debt and moving forward, that the government immediately find an Auditor General. Because the member from Alberts was complaining that, yes, they have the PAC meetings, but what can they do? How can they take any measures to see what is being spent and ensure that that is being spent properly, Madam Speaker? Because, again, this administration, led by the Prime Minister, he was Deputy Prime Minister under I think the 03-08 administration had racked up $793 million in debt, Madam Speaker. So this type of historical perspective is important because a lot of those young people out there in the villages and the towns and the cities, they might know about Stig the Artist and Papa John, but they don't know about Papa Musa and Papa Briceño that was there. This is not a new Prime Minister like me that just came and is now coming with new vision, new determination, and the benefit of youth. We are talking about a dinosaur that has been there from way back in the days, Madam Speaker. And again, when we talk about public debt, I know my learned friend from Cayo South is going to get up and speak after me, so let me preempt him. I can't preempt what we're going to debate with other bills, but I could preempt him when it comes to Petro-Carib. Unlike the Musa Briceño administration that ravaged this country from 98 to 2008, I can list every dollar that was spent in Petro-Carib. I can list it. $13 million for the Lake Independence Boulevard over that Chetomal Street.
Remember, are we still on public debt?
Excuse me. Yes, that's public debt.
Okay.
This
Petro-Carib.
That's public debt. Okay. Because as I said in the beginning, Madam Speaker, there is good debt. There is good debt and there is bad debt. There is good debt and there is bad debt. So I would think that the member from Lake I would appreciate us developing Lake Independence. But I hear you. Madam Speaker, $10 million to concrete the streets in Belize City. $2 million for emergency street work, where we extended the period of rain and flooding in 2014. $8 million for streets in district towns after the downpour. $10 million to rehabilitate the sugar roads before the start of the 2015 season. $2.2 million to repair roads all around the country, $15 million in road infrastructure across the country, $3.1 million to construct roundabouts on the George Price Highway and Philip Golson Highway, where they're connected to the beloved Lake Independence Boulevard. $60 million for the multi-purposes.
Member, we have a point of order. I have to hear the point of order. Can you tell me what the issue is?
The point of order is on the matter of relevance. He's speaking about public debt, and he has been going on and on and on. I mean, how relevant is the matter?
I had already asked the member if he's listing public debt, and he is confirming that he's listing public debt.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that intervention, the learned member from Toledo West. But as I was saying, Madam Speaker, the difference between this government and the previous UDP government, the debt that they brought upon this country, there is nothing to show, Madam Speaker. When debt is incurred, we need to be able to show, as in the Petro-Carib money that was spent, Madam Speaker, to have the Victor Galvez Recreation Field upgraded for 1.3. The Victor August Football Stadium for 2.5. The Benque Viejo del Carmen Football Complex to get that up to FIFA standard for 4.5. The San Pedro neighborhood field, it was the first synthetic field for 3.2. The Belize Civic Center, that for the first time we had a state-of-the-art civic center where we could have our volleyball games and our basketball games until the dreaded COVID came about, Madam Speaker. So again, that is how the UDP managed the purse when we had the fortune of leading this country in government, Madam Speaker. But on the other hand, the PUP added $1.4 billion in debt, as I said, from the 03 to 08 and the 98 to 03 in $763 million and $659 million, Madam Speaker. And as I close, I just want to show you when George Price was Prime Minister, it was only $84 million in debt that he added to the country from 89 to 93. So you go from $84 million in 89 to 93. The UDP did 165 million in 93 to 98. And then comes the Musa Briceño administration with the 659 from 98 to 03 and the 793 for 03 to 08. So when they talk about the state of affairs of this country's finances and try to lay the blame at the foot of the UDP administration, please, as Prime Minister Musa said, no watch we, watch on yourself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kyle South. You'll be the minister replying. Go ahead, Prime Minister.
If he answer could talk back, only one
No,
person.
it's a minister, so
I will need to
go
answer
ahead,
this
Prime
one.
Minister.
When one broke man contact you about money, you know, listen, the man broke even raised money for village council, and now he can talk about debt. And he embarrassed himself. My brother, you're embarrassing yourself. Then give you numbers and you're jumping all over the place. That probably, maybe they write it for you properly and you just, I don't know. Madam Speaker, everybody knows what the Barrow UDP administration did to this country in 13 years. The facts are, and I can get it to you, not the fictitious numbers, but the real numbers, how the debt increased between the Musa administration to the Barrow UDP administration. Because when we were in government between 98 and 2008, Madam Speaker, the debt increased approximately about $1 billion. Under the UDP, the debt went from a little over $2 billion to over $4 billion. That, the facts. $2 billion. And now you see, the bank can't even add, you know. That's why you got broke. How much money you make? How much millions is you make? And how much you have now? That's why you embarrass yourself, my brother. Whenever you wish to go through the numbers, I'm prepared to have the people at Central Bank or Finance to sit down to you so you could understand, so you do not embarrass yourself in the National Assembly. You want to talk, they've been talking about this Bear Stearns fictitious, how this $250 million was unaccounted for. And it was that, but I say very Jude Vasquez that he put it out on TV. And the UDP grabbed on it and got it over and over and over. Let's say it was so. Your father, who is an attorney, could come as Prime Minister and say $250 million is unaccounted for, and he would do nothing about it? If that were so, then he should be taken to court for dereliction of duty. But you know why he didn't do anything about it? Because it's fiction, my brother. Fiction. He tried to take the former Prime Minister and Ralph Fonseca to court because supposedly they stole $20 million, knowing fully well it is not so. And embarrassed himself because the money was fully accounted for. Every cent was accounted for. Now you are telling me now that your father said that there was another $250 million that disappeared and there's no accounting, and then he did nothing about it? Please, man. Please. Don't insult the intelligence of the Belizean people with that kind of fictitious stories. You're embarrassing yourself. When you talk about Lake Independence Boulevard, $13 million, the same one that by the time it's finished, it started to sink. They use, remember, I spoke about it here in the house. They used a good clip on it. And then the UDP contractor, next one, he come, then dig it out. Then dig out over 6 feet, like over my head. 6 feet of good material, then dig out. And then they put in mud. That's why the damn thing, sorry, that's why the thing continue to sink. And that's what you want to boast about? That's a good one, my brother. Well, see, you never said nothing about the Tacos Fest, no? You know, the farmers, remember that one? When they go away, they can spend up the money, the petrochemical money. You ever talk about that one? You know, talk about Farmers Road? What, how much? 8 million? For 1 mile? You've gone, have you been on Farmers Road? You see how narrow the road today? One vehicle park, and the next two, one have to stop because the next can't pass. $8 million.
33 million for Civic, and we spent 33 million for a hospital.
$33 million you spent for the Civic. $33 million. And when you climb up to the Civic and you look, that would be like to the west, and you see the abject poverty of people they live in, when you could have spent that for build homes for people, but good homes, like the one that Julius Espat and the UP government they build, good houses. When you look at what we have done to some of the infrastructure projects that you have done that you know we borrowed money for, like the Caracol Road, where again he and his team renegotiated it and we helped to redesign it. Superhighway, but we saved $25 million, my brother. $25 million. Halover Bridge. We come to this house and vote for the Halover Bridge 3 times. I think they bought the money and spent for something else. I'm sorry? But yet, again, our team, the honorable member from Cayo South, with his team, gone and redesigned it, renegotiated, and saving another what? $25 million. And you come and talk about debt, my brother? That are the last thing you should talk about. That are like the devil talk about sin. You know? Well, Sugar Road, $10 million to Sugar Road. Jesus Christ. The guy, yes, you never put no money for Sugar Road. Ask the brother from Corozal North. Ask the brother from Corozal North. Ask him. I challenge him to get up here and say that the UDP spent $10 million at Petro Caribe for fixed sugar roads. I challenge him. You know why? Because it is not true. It is not true. He has some decency, you know, get up and lie so blatantly. My brother, talking about debt. When we got into government, your father was printing money. Printing money. What did he say? He can borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow till he can't borrow no more. Well, that is what he did. But he borrowed to bad spend money. We are investing in people. That's the difference. We are borrowing to invest in people. And today is a good example. We're buying $25 million to invest in agriculture on its people. When the honorable member come from Corozal North and come and say, well, we don't want to make you give it only to the PUP. Because that's what they used to do. That's what they used to do. Yes. Well, right now, everybody at PUP, I say, true that. Sarah will go by. The honorable member from Orange Walk South had to send him the listing of the Hernandez, one Hernandez. How many times he get money, Marvin? 7 times. One of the Hernandez, UDP Hernandez and Fan 7. One UDP family. What your government approved, and we could not change it. Because they said, I'll give you back the money. Right now, we are fighting with the CDB. Because within, right there, as SIF, you have a person that gives the information to the same contractors over and over. One of the contractors, you know how you win the contract? You win the contract because the next person, maybe, you win it by $100. $100. And we are fighting with UDP, with CDB, because the Minister of Education have said he is not going to allow these very same people to continue to build. There's a project right now that they are doing. I'm trying to remember the name of the UDP company right now. That decides where you know, like the kind of iron or cement. Thank God they finished the whole day, the building not finished. Don't broke down, drop, boom. Fortunately, nobody was around. Now you are contact about debt. When you are burning $1 million a day, when we got into government, my brother. What, the $560 million for BTL? Please, geez, what? Don't embarrass yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Madam Speaker, it is very clear. When you look at what the UDP did in 13 years, with the borrowing and the plundering that they did, and when you look at what we are doing, we are borrowing to change people's lives. We are investing in people. We are investing in people. Well, here one today is a good example that you did, which is a good example. And like that, we had so many of them. Look at the housing. I use housing again as an explanation. Huh? Because mess up with the heat for 13 years. And we will continue to help them. And we will continue to help them. As I said, we will continue to help the good people of Mesop. You know why? You know why? You know why? You know why we are continuing? We are finally start to help them, because the real representative at that time never bother about them. All they do is just give out hands out. When you give hands out, that finish within a week. We want to transform their lives. One of the things that we want to do in Southside Belize City, all of the empty lots that abandoned and so forth, we've already spoken with the DPM. We'll take one list and we acquire all of them, clean them up, put parks in it, build houses for people, set up community centers. That is what we want to do. But yet, you blow $600 million of oil money, $500 from Petrocaribe, and are the people in Mesopotamia richer 2008 to 2020? Were they richer? Were they better off? Absolutely not, my brother. Madam Speaker, it is so unfortunate that the leader of the opposition, who is already claiming to be the Prime Minister, will come to this house and talk about debt. Shame on this gentleman. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those.
Speaker.
I already put the question. That's why I was looking.
I raised my hand before the question was asked.
You were putting your hand, not telling me no. Okay. Apologies, Member for Corozal North. Your matter of public.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I bring a topic of urgent national importance? And it has to do with school bus runs. Madam Speaker, Corozal District is a district that has 27 villages. And these are villages that are spread widely across a geographic location. Corozal district has 5 high schools which service these large communities, this large population of rural communities. In our term of government, Madam Speaker, we were able to look at what the situation was as it pertains to trying to alleviate the burden that families had as it pertains to transportation. And so we managed to introduce a number of bus runs. And this is not only in Corozal North, this was across the different villages. Madam Speaker, but when we introduced those runs, we had a meeting with all the contractors, all the bus owners, and one of the primary concerns and the priority at the time, Madam Speaker, was that we wanted to make sure that the safety of our children who are traveling to and from these villages en route and in destined to their respective high schools was a priority. It is a must. Madam Speaker, the 9th of May, this is Monday of this week, there was a serious incident that happened in Corozal. They wrote, and I will not get into name calling, they wrote that this contractor has, which leaves Chanchen village, passes through Pachacan, Cristo Rey, Yochen, and San Pedro, and this takes the children to 2 high schools. This is Cornerstone Presbyterian High School and Escuela Secundaria Técnica, Mexico. Madam Speaker, on Monday morning, the students from Cornerstone Presbyterian High School were dropped at the junction of San Pedro, where the construction of, where there's construction going with respect to the rehabilitation of that road. Madam Speaker, there is no community where these children were dropped. Remember, and I want you to listen to this very careful. That area, Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of incidents of people being robbed. There's a lot of incidents of violence within that area because it is a secluded area. It's quite a distance to the Cornerstone Presbyterian High School, Madam Speaker. I don't know what on earth the driver of this bus was thinking. How on earth could you just abandon these children right at the junction of San Pedro and have the children walk to this high school? Madam Speaker, this constitutes a very serious violation to the safety of these children. I had some mothers come to my house practical with this question, and they wanted to take legal advice. They wanted to take legal action. They were concerned that the children were just dropped there without any adult supervision, without any reason being given to them, and the bus, the only reason that the driver gave that was because he was going to be late to have the other children dropped in Escuela Mexico. But that in itself does not give that driver the right to be able to put the life of these children in jeopardy. Madam Speaker, I am certain that this constitutes a very serious breach of contract. I understand that during the course of this week, there were tardiness issues with respect to these operators. Madam Speaker, as I said, I will not get into name calling. What we did at the time was to ensure that we had the money to make sure that the government provided free transportation to and from the high schools to these students. It did not really matter if you're PUP or UDP or if you're Catholic or evangelic. It didn't really matter. All that was a priority to us at the time was that the children had access to education, and that as a government, we provided that shouldering support to make sure that we cover the cost. But member for Freetown, I will ask you to have a look at this. What's happening at my constituency is serious. I am a parent, Madam Speaker, and if I have my children ride a bus for them to be taken to the high school, I really don't know where it is that we are going to end. So this is a serious concern, member for Freetown. This has brought a number of parents up in arms. All I would suggest is that the operators of these particular runs be very vigilant. It is serious. We cannot afford to be playing with the lives of our children. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for.
Speaker, I think I'll pick up where you ended, Honorable Member for Corozal North. Let's not play political games with education and with our school children. This matter of school transportation for children is an ongoing challenge. It has been for many, many years. When I was previously in government as the Minister of Education, it's been a challenging issue. As it was over the last decade, it has been a challenging issue. Problems arise from time to time. As a government, as a people, we have understood and appreciated the importance of investing in public transportation for our students. As a country, we're now spending over $10 million a year on school bus transportation for students. So I'm not sure if you're interested in a solution or if you came here today just to score some cheap political point. You could have easily, I never heard from you about this matter. You could have easily reached out to me if you were so concerned about these students. You could have reached out to the Ministry of Education about this matter. But no, you rather wait and come here and try to score some cheap political points. But I'll allow you that. I'll allow you that and say, listen, if there are any issues, any problems with school bus transportation, we are always prepared to address them. If the incident you describe is accurate, then I certainly will have them look into that matter to determine whether or not that school bus contractor violated his contract, the terms of his contract, whether or not he acted inappropriately. We can certainly do so, but it would be very helpful if you had reported the matter to the Ministry of Education. Reported to who, sir? So that's the bottom line, Madam Speaker. It's an ongoing challenge, and it's particularly challenging now given the increases in the cost of fuel. We recognize that with the school bus transportation contracts, these people have fixed contracts, a fixed fee that they get. So it's something we've been working on with them. But again, we need to have, we need to approach these issues in a united fashion. When we came in to office in November of 2020, Madam Speaker, we found a bunch of contracts that were signed on November 18th, 2 days before the election, bus contracts signed. All kind of, they gave out these bus contracts just to political cronies and stooges. 2 days before, they signed all of these bus contracts. Absolutely ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Trying to tie the hands of the government for another 3 years to provide these bus contracts to their supporters. Many of them not fulfilling the terms and conditions of the contracts. So I say all of that to say it's an ongoing challenge. We take it very seriously, and I certainly encourage the member and any other member where any of these issues arise, especially as it relates to the transportation of our students across the country. Please feel free to get in touch with me if you have any problems, and we will try to address those problems with a sense of urgency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, in the Albert constituency, we have two fishing communities. The fishing community of Conchel Bay and the fishing community at Yarborough. I have been approached, member for Belize Rural South, and I'm sorry the member from Corozal Southeast is not here, by the fisher folk in Albert and also fisher folk from Belize Rural South and from Sartaneja, Shunush, and Progresso. In our conversations, Madam Speaker, it is clear that adopting best practices to ensure the sustainability of the fishing sector is embraced by the fishing communities that I represent. However, there is a concern that was expressed to me, and I'm sure can be remedied, with the lack of consultation that occurred in the adjustments that have been made to the harvesting of lobster tails. Moving from a 3-inch tail to a 3.25, I believe it is, inch tail, as the fisher folk have explained to me, is not an insignificant increase. In fact, it represents an 8.3% increase relatively. And while I believe the premise for that decision is fairly understood, the concern is that the new policy is being implemented with minimum consultation. It is being implemented at a time when they themselves are not able to make the adjustment in terms of finding an alternative to their lobster fishing. What the fisher folk have explained to me, and I'm not a fisherman myself, so I can only take their word, is that harvesting lobster tails at 3.25 inches will represent all of 2 weeks of the lobster season. And so it is really a major blow when it comes to their ability to earn, to safeguard their livelihoods and to earn a living from this sector. Alternatives to the farming of lobster tails is what the fisher folk have been asking. And I'd like to, via this medium, ask the member for Belize Rural South, who I know is also responsible for the blue economy, to see if there are opportunities for alternatives to support the fisher folk as they make this transition in the harvesting of lobster tails. They also would requested information, member from Belize Rural South, on the science that informed this decision. And I think for them, it's an opportunity for them to be participatory in the new policies that are being implemented by your ministry. I also want to take this opportunity to reiterate that, particularly as it relates to conchs and lobster, safeguarding its longevity and its sustainability is paramount for any government in office. So I ask you, member for Belize Rural South, if some consideration can be given and some further outreach made particularly to the fisher folk at Conchel Bay and at Yarborough, to explain to them the science and some of the thinking behind the policy change that is being implemented by the ministry. If you would allow me as well, Madam Speaker, I would like to express my sincerest condolences to the family of Leonora Patnett. She died at 108. It is my understanding that she is the oldest living citizen, or she was the oldest living citizen in the Belize district, and in fact, in the country. She has been resident in the Albert constituency for all my life. And so I wish to express on behalf of all of us our sincerest condolences to the Sadasi, Flowers, and Patnett families. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member from Alberta, acknowledge your points and your concerns, but if you allow me that I would like to make some clarifications and in fact some corrections. And when you refer to the new policies, just for the record, these are not new policies. These are policies that were signed back then in 2009 under your administration. So they're not new policies. What is late in coming is the implementation of this policy. And this is also something that is a good thing. It is something that we have been following, that we should be harmonized with the region. As you all know, we are part of OSPESCA, which is part of the SICA regional body here in Central America and the Dominican Republic. So we kept on consulting with the fisher folks, and up until last year, they were asking us to please hold the fort for another year. But because of the delicate and critical situation that the lobster industry is, and the conch, and by extension the stone crab industry, it is time that we implement. And as far as consultations, it has been done all across the years, and particularly there in Abergiski and Kikaker. We have the documents to show that from way back in 2013, these people are being consulted. And knowingly that this year, we all knew that we will have to meet and implement. Now, as the responsibility on the Fisheries Department, indeed, we should be doing that consultation, and not only consultation, but informing them as to what needs to be implemented. The policies are in place. And also a call as well to responsibility of all the cooperatives, which they unanimously supported as well. So again, in part, a responsibility of them to share all of this information to their members. Now, as far as the size of the lobster, we want to make it clear that, again, in keeping with the policies and the regulations that we have signed out, it's binding, we have to increase it, and for good reason. And also, I want to further mention the weight of the lobster tails that goes from 4 ounces, and we're saying to 4.5 ounces. Now, if I may clarify and go into more details, the acceptable size of weight that is in the North America, or the US in particular, is 5 ounces. And up in Europe, they allow 4.5 and less, or 4 ounces. So all of this is taken into consideration, and some of that smaller lobsters is exported to Europe. Now remember, I agree with you that perhaps we need to take more information to your folks there in your area. I take that, and indeed this week we're embarking on an ambitious plan to take meetings in Kikaker and Sartene, and certainly I can consult with you on a time and a date to visit your place and speak to them. But let's make something clear here. This is a long-term vision here of the Blue Economy Framework. I know people will be feeling and saying that the production this year might well go below 60% because we now are unable to harvest the lobster, now the 4 ounce, we cannot take it in. And also there's another one I want to share with you. They're complaining about the escape gap of the traps itself. That we have already arranged in adjusting the size because they are afraid that maybe the other lobsters will get away. So we're working on that again in consultation with the fisher folks, and we're hearing, listening to them. But I want to make something clear here. The lobster industry is very fragile. Lobster is an animal that grows quite fast. It's not something that it's faster than a conch. And it's just a matter of months that they can recover their sizes. So the first 3-4 months and maybe one term of the season, we may see a drop in the production of lobster. But if we follow our guidelines, by next year, we should be well on our way to a bumper crop. We must think under the blue economy policy. We cannot only think about this generation that is harvesting. I know a fisher folk come to us and tell us we have bills to pay, but we have a responsibility as well to protect the industry so we can grow sustainably so that our children, our grandchildren, and our greater-grandchildren will also be harvesting this lobster. And finally, we have a lot of information, we have a lot every year. We have studies that shows what is the production, where we are producing, where we are harvesting, so that every time we make these decisions, they are informed decisions based on technical advice that I can assure you is very much existent in the Blue Economy and Fisheries Department. So with that said, thank you very much.
Members, may I just a minor housekeeping matter. All I ask is for me to recognize, you just immediately need to stand on your feet. It's actually the standing orders. So if you do this, or the signals helps, but you need to, as soon as I look, just stand on your feet. And if there are more than one member standing, I will call one, but I won't forget the other members. I will get back to you. Thank you for working with me on that. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.